commissioners are still working on getting on, but in the interest of all of our time, I will request that we begin the meeting. So it is now 5:03 p.m. on April the 22nd. I'll call to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner French.
You're on mute, Mondo.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Here.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. I'll now ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll ask is there any discussion? Hearing
I'd
none.
like to, I'm missing the raise hand function, but I have a couple of amendments I'd like to add.
Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd like to add two items to the agenda, and they can be considered separate. Like first to amend the agenda to include a resolution directing the president to schedule a vote on or before May 6th to consider the Minneapolis Park Board Community and Technical Advisory Committee on pesticide uses recommendations on the elimination of inorganic pesticides. And I'd also like to add, amend the agenda this evening to add a discussion item on the Minneapolis Park Board's response to the needs of various homeless communities around the city.
Second that.
The resolution has been, or an amendment has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this proposed amendment to the agenda?
I'd like to split the question, please.
Commissioner Meyer has requested that we split the question. So the first question is regarding a direction to the board president regarding the Pesticide Advisory Committee. The second is update on our response to folks experiencing homelessness in our parks. I'll just say right now, the first item is something that would come through committee. We currently don't have committees due to the current pandemic situation. We would expect to bring back a consideration around the Pesticide Advisory Committee once the stay-at-home order is lifted. So that would be in May. That is certainly the plan, but it's something that is up to the Operations and Environment Committee, and I would encourage commissioners interested in that to discuss that with the chair of the Operations and Environment Committee. In addition, tonight there is a discussion item that will address our response to homelessness in the parks. That's included in item 9.A.1. So I believe that those items are covered, and I do not support either amendment. Is there any other discussion?
President Cogill, just a clarifying question, and then to speak to the first motion, but a clarifying question on 9A1. Would the president consider motions in order during 9A1?
It's a discussion item, and certainly any commissioner can bring up items of concern that they have at that time. But it's a discussion item, and we'd be providing thoughts and direction, not new resolutions. And in addition, I wouldn't want to put that forward at this time. There has been ample time in the last couple of weeks to come up with a discussion about this, and that has not happened. And I think staff has a substantial amount of information to provide this evening regarding approaches to addressing homelessness in our parks. And I would want an opportunity for the public as well as commissioners to understand that.
So a motion would not be in order at that time.
Certainly you can make a motion at that time. I can't see the future at this point. I don't know if I would.
Okay, we've just had different rulings in the past about if we have a discussion item and if a staff direction resolution comes from that, if that's in order, or if that time we would have to do a 2/3 amendment of the agenda.
Yeah, we would likely have to do a 2/3 amendment to the agenda.
Okay. And I would just speak to the first motion around receiving and acting on the pesticide committee's recommendations. There is no requirement that something has to come through committee first. We are getting into a busy season right now where our staff will be, our parks will be used more. Staff will be looking to use pesticides more. We have a clear recommendation from that committee. And today is Earth Day, so I just thought it would be very germane to bring that up today and make sure that it isn't overlooked. And the board does have the ability to act outside of committee, and I think it's that important. So I would ask my colleagues to support both.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Is there any other discussion?
I have my hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to vote for either one. I certainly wanted to discuss homelessness in our parks, but if we're going to be able to discuss that under a different item, I think we can do it there. Previously, we decided to avoid controversial issues for a while the stay-at-home order was in place. Previously, commissioners attacked us for Commissioner Musich's original resolution, saying it was like the end of democracy, and that was something that had been on the agenda. So I think it would be inappropriate to put it on the agenda without public notice on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I don't see any other hands up.
President Cogill,
Yes, Vice President Vita.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find the raise hand button. I also will not be supporting these amendments tonight. I agree with Commissioner Meyer. There was a lot of pushback with us discussing these things. I am very supportive of pesticide-free parks, but when this came on our agenda early on, Commissioner Musich took it off her committee's agenda so that we can have this discussion when folks had enough time and could also come to our meetings. We decided then that we would not have committee meetings. So I am for pesticide-free parks, but I thought there was an issue with us doing it this way, and we all agreed that we wouldn't deal with these things during this pandemic. So I'm not going to vote for either one of these amendments tonight either.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Any other discussion on the two proposed amendments?
Looking for the hand raised for the second time, but I'm not.
Point of information, everyone can find the hand raising feature by clicking on participants at the bottom of your screen. That will open a participants window. On that window at the bottom, you have three options: invite, mute me, and raise hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you for the second time just on the pesticide resolution, and just for some clarification of what I recall people objected to and what was not objected to. I don't recall if we actually had a vote scheduled to consider that committee's recommendation. I think we had a vote on the agenda to disband that committee after making a recommendation. I think the public had some concerns around that. I don't recall there being an agreement among board members that we would avoid controversial topics during this time. I mean, I think our work is hard and we have to address controversial topics. There was also what I think members of the public took exception with was that from the time our agenda was posted to the time that meeting was called, the Minneapolis Park Board was, I think, the first public body in the state to enact virtual meetings and really change our ability for the public to participate. I think that is quickly becoming the new normal, and I'll just note that this is a resolution to schedule a vote. This is not a resolution to vote on something tonight. This is giving public notice that we will be taking a vote and we will be acting on the work of their committee and the work of our committee. I don't think we're here to avoid work during a pandemic. I think we're here to do important work. And again, this is Earth Day, so I would ask for my colleagues' support on this important environmental issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. So the motion that I had, or the resolution that I had scheduled for us to discuss in committee was an attempt to try to address some of the ongoing issues with the Pesticide Advisory Committee, including a resolution that was passed by less than a majority of the committee, and a letter that was then submitted to us by a majority of the committee, noting the problems with the process that had been undertaken to pass that resolution in committee. I believe it's a very important conversation for us to have, and it will probably be uncomfortable for many of us, but I don't believe it's appropriate for us to consider only the resolution that came out of committee. I think we need to, as a board, discuss how the park board addresses pesticide use in the park. But we also need to address systemic issues with the way that committee has run up till now. So I would ask that if we are going to have this discussion, that it be in committee and that we discuss the resolution that I put forward and that we talk about the systemic issues that are taking place in that committee, and we try to find ways to address those concerns of committee members while also providing direction to staff on the way that we need to move forward. So I will not be supportive of a resolution this evening to recognize Earth Day by ignoring systemic problems with the committee. That's not something I can support.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Is there any other discussion on Commissioner Bourne's two proposed amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, it was requested by Commissioner Meyer that we split the question. So I will, on the first item, which is a direction to the president, please correct me if I'm being inaccurate, Commissioner Bourne, direction to the president to include a discussion or action item regarding the Pesticide Advisory Committee by the next meeting. On that item, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Abstain.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 1 aye, 6 nays, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
The first part of the proposed agenda amendment fails. The second item of the proposed agenda amendment is regarding a report on the park board's approach to addressing issues of community members and our neighbors experiencing homelessness in our parks. I'll ask the secretary on this to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Stay.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 1 aye, 7 nays, 1 absent.
And for the record, I do believe that Commissioner French abstained, abstained. Did I hear that wrong?
There was an abstain from Commissioner French on the
Okay.
first question.
On the second question as well.
Was this so my apology, it's
Commissioner French, is that correct? Did you abstain?
That is correct. I abstained on both questions.
Great, thank you. So let the record show that. With that, is there any other discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll on the approval of the agenda as it stands as written.
Commissioner Bourne,
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 1 abstain, 1 absent.
The agenda is approved. I will now ask for a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, April 1st, 2020, and Monday, April the 6th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the minutes for Wednesday, April the 1st, and Monday, April the 6th, 2020.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan, Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 abstain. Sorry, 1 absent.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. We'll move into reports of officers. Before I hand it over to Superintendent Bangora, I do want to remind commissioners about the meeting protocols here with the online meeting. You can raise your hand. It is likely easiest for me if you're able to do that, as Commissioner Musich underscored. If you go to participants at the bottom of your screen and open that, you'll be able to see the raise hand feature at the bottom of the list of participants. In addition, I would ask, just for the benefit of the public, if you have the capability to activate your video when you are speaking, similar to what the council does and the Board of Assessment and Taxation. That would be, I think, a benefit, and I encourage commissioners to consider doing that. Also, please, if you can, stay on mute when you're not speaking. That will be helpful for the viewing public and for all of us to keep this smoothly running. With that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Bangora for his report. Thank you, Superintendent.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. It's great to see everybody, and I apologize for my caller beforehand. It's kind of doing something crazy, so I'm sorry about that. But it's good to see everybody. So some of the things, I just want to go through this as quickly as possible. But so in recognition of National Volunteer Week, and on behalf of all park staff, I want to thank the thousands of volunteers who help make our park system one of the best in the nation. I'm incredibly proud of them. So in 2019, 11,937 volunteers donated 145,048 hours to Minneapolis parks. The value of this outstanding work, as assessed by an independent sector, is more than $4,083,103. And it's just amazing. So again, so proud. Last year, 3,309 recreation volunteers contributed over 114,000 hours. More than 1,700 individuals served as coaches for citywide sports and fundamental sports teams. And nearly 1,600 served as recreation center and event volunteers. Also last year, 8,628 environmental volunteers contributed more than 31,000 hours. These volunteers worked in teams or as individuals. Here were 165 one-time service projects completed in the parks by environmental volunteers and 66 park stewardship teams that worked throughout the season. In closing, I want to say the park system would simply not be as wonderful as it is without these amazing volunteers. They give of their time, their talents, and they make the parks a better place. So please join me in thanking them for their dedication and their generous contribution. So thank you. Forestry. Tree planting got off on a cold start this year, but forestry crews have stepped up to the challenge. Nearly 8,000 of the 9,400 trees have been unloaded at the tree site in the Bohemian Flats Park. Most impressively, over 3,000 bare root trees have been planted so far, all while practicing social distancing. So asset management. Staff have also been working with installing signage around the parks, reminding park users about social distancing guidelines. Events. The NPRB took over operations for the Commons located in downtown Minneapolis, effective April 1st. Environmental management, lake ice out in Minneapolis lakes. So ice went out on all Minneapolis lakes during the last 8 days of March in 2020. Diamond Lake was the first lake to have full ice out on March 24th. NPRB staff monitor the ice and ice conditions each year. The NPRB has more than 30 years of annual ice records for Minneapolis lakes. And I apologize, is the screen moving forward or not? I'm not seeing the screen moving.
It is not at the moment, and it looks like the share screen is stuck on that first item, or the first slide.
My apologies, we had great pictures, so I'm sorry about that. This year's observations combined NPRB water quality staff observations with environmental education, maintenance, and citizen assistance. Lake Hiawatha cover depleted 50% in one day when it got warm. So very interesting highlights. And so I'm sorry we can't have any pictures up at this point. So recreation, ice arenas. A space that was used for training rooms has been renovated to accommodate the much needed team dressing rooms at Parade. Thanks to the work of our Parks Department and Ice Arena staff, who are happy to say that this fall we will have 3 new team dressing rooms for our users. So very, very proud of what's happening at Parade and having those locker rooms available for our patrons. Really exciting. Golf. Meadowbrook, Gross, and Columbia opened for the season on Saturday, April 18th. Hiawatha and Worth will be opening or did open on Tuesday, April 22nd. Over the weekend, the golf courses did over 1,200 rounds of golf and took in over $70,000. Golf staff did a great job encouraging social distancing. I want to thank all of our golf staff and their incredibly hard work on getting the courses ready to open with 18-hour notice. So they responded quickly once we got the call from the governor that said it was going to be open. It took them 18 hours to open these courses, and they did an outstanding job, and really proud of them. So thank you for that. Recreation centers and programs. MPRB Ambassador Program is in full swing with over 150 staff participating. Staff are monitoring MPRB assets, recording attendance, and encouraging proper social distancing behaviors at locations throughout the city. And incredibly proud of this group and all the staff that's been out there. And I think what we have pictured there is youth development, but they've done a wonderful job and we're proud of them. Red Plus opened remotely for registration for fall for currently enrolled families on April 6th. And it opens remotely for the public for fall registration on April 27th. Program changes will be made to address capacity and other COVID-19 concerns as information becomes available. Planning, Southwest Service Area Master Plan, 45-day comment period. The MPRB will keep the public comment period open until the plan has been accessible to the public at Southwest Minneapolis, recreation centers, and Parade Ice Garden for a full 45 days. Public comments continue to be collected online. View the draft of the Southwest Parks Plan and submit your comments using the links below. The plan and outline survey are also posted on the project page. Hiawatha Golf Course Master Plan. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, MPRB, shared a draft design that will guide the future of the Hiawatha Golf Course property on Thursday, April 9th, 2020. The draft design, called the Draft Preferred Design Alternative, has been published online. The plan will not be presented in person or originally planned due to COVID-19, and instead, the Draft Preferred Design Alternative will be presented online, and feedback on the draft design will also be taken online. The survey, presentation, and draft design will be available throughout the spring. Cedar Isles Master Plan Project. The Cedar Isles Master Plan Project partnered with several local community organizations, held its first online community listening session on April 14th to learn about the community vision for the area. The session was attended by 66 enthusiastic participants, and that is fantastic news. So with that, President Coghill and Commissioners, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangura, for that report. Does anybody, any commissioners have any questions for the superintendent on his report? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to open time, the time being 5:31. We have a substantial number of individuals who submitted email-based comments for reading at open time. And there's a portion of them that are the same statement. We will start with the individual who showed up tonight at the park board to address the commissioners with his comments, then move into the written submitted comments that the secretary will read. We'll be allocating 1 minute to each commenter due to our volume this evening, and we will be cutting it short at 6 p.m. All of the items that have been submitted via writing will be included in the record. At this time, I'll like to open our public comment period and highlight again to remind all those who are viewing at home that we are adhering to social distancing recommendations. There is one individual who is here, and our room is set up such that people can practice social distancing and be at least 6 feet apart from each other. At this time, it's our opportunity to hear from the public. We are happy to hear any comments on any issue, just no comments. We ask you to refrain from any comments regarding personnel matters that are pending, and we don't tolerate any harassing or discriminatory language. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Greg Shattuck, who does have a minute to address the board, and if you would like to also state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have a minute.
Thank you. That's a powerful motivator. I'm Greg Shattuck, 3508 45th Avenue South. I'd like to talk briefly about the street tree planting, and I would like to suggest that you be challenged by two things. That there's the Royal Society of London took as their motto, nullius in verba, that is, take no one's word. Their first publication was the book Silva by John Evelyn, famous. We're down to 37 seconds. I'd like you to bring yourself to Vietnam, listen to Neil Sheehan, who says the truth is in the countryside. In Minneapolis, the truth is along the streets, and it's underground. That's tough. I will hold up in front of me a plan that the Forestry Department wishes to follow, says it follows. The black lines show the plan. The red lines, much smaller, for the tree planting area, show what's happening in the countryside. 2 seconds. I'd like you to reconcile those if you could.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shattuck. Moving on to our written comments, I will turn it over to the board secretary to begin the reading of those written comments, again allocating 1 minute for each commenter. And the first speaker that we have here is Tristy Munson. Looks like there may be a discrepancy. 1 moment. Okay. Looks as though Kirsty Monson, perhaps, is not present. So we'll move on to Emma Griffin.
I am writing to urge the Parks Board to transition to completely organic parks. I have worked in the grocery industry for 17 years and have been a long-time advocate for reducing pesticide use and support for our food chain. Insect populations are declining rapidly. Current reviews of global studies are showing a 2.5% of annual loss, which has the potential to lead to an actual extinction in 100 years. This will have a devastating effect on crop production and our food supply. Minneapolis parks may not be directly involved in food production, but pesticide use in the parks will impact the insect population and by extension our local food system. I also write in as a parent and want to express concern for pesticide exposure of our children. For many children in this city, the parks are their only source of nature and recreation. All parents want their children to be safe when accessing this resource.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Corby.
Greetings. I am a Minneapolis resident living at 45 4th Avenue North, Unit 45-103. I am writing because of my concern that the West River Road between 4th Avenue and 8th Avenue / Plymouth Bridge has been reopened for vehicles after several weeks of closure for pedestrian access. Please reconsider this decision. I very much appreciate when the Park Board closed a large section of the West River Road for pedestrians to use during this time period. I am over 60 years old and walk twice a day with my husband, Mark. The number of walkers and bikers has made it very difficult to maintain the 6 feet physical distance, especially on the weekends, nice days, and popular times of day. Having the West River Road closed to vehicles has made it more possible to abide by the governor's request. I was very much surprised that the section noted above was reopened to vehicle traffic. I truly want to understand the rationale.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Gazowski.
I'm writing to make a plea for the Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board to not open the roads around the chain of lakes on Monday, April 20th. This is a very dangerous decision. There are literally thousands of people walking, jogging, and biking around the lakes. I have been particularly concerned about the joggers who are absolutely everywhere, including the Roberts Bird Sanctuary and Peace Garden at Lake Harriet. Some researchers are suggesting that the vapor from joggers' breath may require a 15-foot social distance versus 6 foot. Even with the roads closed, the joggers have been very disrespectful of walkers and providing adequate space. Opening the roads will compound the serious health problem. Please reconsider your proposal to reopen the parkways around the lakes. There are other beautiful drives for people who cannot be outside, including Minnehaha Creek Road, the River Road.
Our next speaker is Alice Eichholz.
Greetings, I'm a Minneapolis resident living at 4th Avenue North. I am writing because of my concern that the West River Road between 4th Avenue and 8th Avenue Plymouth Bridge has been reopened for vehicles after several weeks of closure for pedestrian access. Please reconsider this decision. When the Park Board recently closed a large section of the West River Road for pedestrians to use during social distancing, I much appreciated the decision. I am over 75 years old and walk daily along the parkway as my only safe form of outdoor exercise for the last 38 days. Before the closure, the number of walkers and bikers made it very difficult to maintain the 6 feet physical distance, especially for the part of the parkway because it is much narrower. Having the West River Road closed to vehicles made it more possible to abide by the governor's request. There is little reason to have that part of the parkway open since the landings has other exit and entrances.
Our next speaker is Molly Van Avery.
Hello, my name is Molly Van Avery. I live in Powderhorn. I am so grateful for the MPRB and the incredible resources you offered to me, my family, and all Minneapolis residents. I am asking you to do everything in your power to be the most responsive, ethical, and visionary resource you can be to all Minneapolis residents, especially those experiencing homelessness. The city has been slow and underwhelming in its response to showing up for the people who need the city the most, and it is clear that you play an essential role in supporting our most vulnerable residents. I am writing to demand that the MPRB uses executive authority to immediately open park facilities for homelessness services, including access to hygienic restrooms, showers, and access to clean water. Believe me, I understand that this is a huge ask of all of you, but I beg you to think through how to get to saying yes instead of all the reasons.
Our next speaker is my apologies. Our next speaker is Kevin Ruther.
Dear Commissioner, I am writing to request that the Park Board order staff to close West River Parkway until the recommendation for social distancing has been lifted. Current conditions are unsafe, confusing, and do not reflect an appropriate allocation of the parkway to those who want and need to use it. I live on the 2800 block of West River Parkway. My daughter Ada and I conducted a survey on Saturday, April 18th, to see how many people are using the parkway and trails. The results are reported in the table below. Overall, during our survey, 89% of those using the parkway and trails were on foot, bike, and other rollers. Only 11% were in vehicles. Yet staff elected to reserve half of the parkway for one-way car traffic. The numbers clearly show that the overwhelming number of parkway users are on bike or foot. These are the very individuals that social distancing.
Our next speaker is Sam Peters.
I would like to thank you for opening several parkways to pedestrians and to promote social distancing. As we all physically distance from each other to prevent the spread of COVID-19, outdoor recreation is one of the only safe activities available to us. I commend you for recognizing just how much space in our city is dedicated to the exclusive use of motor vehicles. The parkways alone take up 150 acres of parkland, and in response, allocating more of this space to people who use the parks for recreation, not commuting. This action to open parkways to people outside of cars has gathered attention from mobility advocates across the world and makes me proud to live in Minneapolis. I hope you will extend parkway openings to notable gaps like Harriet, Theodore Worth, and Victory Parkways. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Utter.
I want to thank the Park Board for closing the parkways during the pandemic. I am proud to be a resident in one of the first cities to take this bold step. Please consider extending this initiative. We will not be done with the social distancing anytime soon. Also, I live by the West River Parkway, and we still have one lane open to cars going south on the parkway. I think we could close that lane and give the parkway to bikers and the entire sidewalk to walkers. The amount of inconvenience to the drivers is small in comparison to the increased space for all of us to get out and enjoy some exercise. At least close it on the weekends when it's especially crowded. Finally, I want to express my disappointment to Commissioners Bourne and Severson for wanting to reopen their section of the parkways. And again, thank you, feeling Minneapolis proud.
Our next speaker is Diana Durand.
Hi, Mr. Severson. I hope this finds you well. I am writing to voice my support for reopening West River Parkway access to pedestrians and keeping it closed to vehicular traffic. My partner, dog, and I really got a lot of use out of it during the pandemic as a healthy, safe way to get outside and stay active while social distancing. Given we're in the North Loop, it's a really accessible set of trails, and Washington is a ghost town. So the extremely minimal cars can easily find nearby alternative routes than the parkway. It's a win for our community and our mental and physical health while we find ways to effectively cope with our new realities and mass trauma.
Our next speaker is Diana Burgess.
I am writing to urge you to keep the Lake Harriet Parkway closed to cars and to consider closing roads around Minneapolis's other lakes. I feel quite qualified to speak on the issue as I'm a professor of medicine at the University of Minnesota and am currently leading a clinical trial funded by the Department of Veterans Affairs aimed at increasing walking among veterans with chronic pain to improve their pain and their mental health. As you may know, walking is one of the safest and most accessible physical activities that provides numerous physical and mental health benefits. Many veterans in our walking study, as well as those in other studies, are elderly and/or have physical disabilities, yet they are able to safely walk and accrue myriad mental and physical benefits from walking. One of the key barriers to walking is having safe and pleasant places to walk. The Lake Harriet Parkway provides a wonderful place for citizens of all ages to walk. I live nearby Lake Harriet, 4940 Logan Avenue South.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Carr.
I want to let the board know that I oppose reopening Lake Harriet Parkway to vehicle traffic. It's difficult enough visiting the park as it is, and when we are all crowded back onto the footpath, social distancing will become next to impossible, risking everyone's health. Moreover, when we fail to social distance properly in the park, I fear the park will be closed entirely, as has been threatened. It feels wrong and selfish to argue against increasing access to the disabled and elderly, but when viewed against putting more lives at risk by crowding everyone onto footpaths, the ethical choice is clear. And we do have alternatives. Maintaining social distancing practices with full vehicle traffic might be easier at Lake Nokomis, with its spacious lawns all the way around, as compared to Lake Harriet, which is quite narrow. And Bede-Makaska can still be circumnavigated by car, even with the lane closures.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linnell Mickelson.
Dear Park Board Commissioners, I live on Linden Hills Boulevard, and I support the continued closure of the parkways around Lake Harriet in order to give people more room to run, walk, bike, and safely maintain social distancing during this pandemic. Earlier this week, I was disappointed to hear that our District 6 Commissioner Brad Bourne was trying to open these roads to auto traffic using the old people need to drive through nature line. If people want to drive to see lakes and nature during the pandemic, there are many lakes and rivers within driving distance of the city. Drivers do not need Lake Harriet, one of the most popular and crowded destinations for walkers and runners, as their sole place to view water and nature. I understand the Lake Harriet Parkway closures have been extended by 1 week. Many thanks to all board members who made that happen. I urge the board to keep the parkways closed until the pandemic ends.
Our next speaker is John Eaton.
Hopefully, the park board will keep Lake Harriet Parkway closed until the governor's stay-at-home order ends. It would be almost impossible to social distance if the parkway was reopened. Thank you for your concern to everyone's safety and health.
Our next speaker is Jake Bearden.
Now it is time for the MPRB to put money and energy behind its stated goal of racial justice. The COVID-19 pandemic is hitting those already on the margins the hardest, and the MPRB can step up to ease the burden and support public health for all. I salute the initial commitment to sanitation stations, and I'm writing now to say we need more. We need a hygiene station at PV Park, and we need bathroom and shower facilities. We should be working to open the Phillips pool and gym for showering purposes. I have worked with you all over the years and am excited to see how the board and leadership at MPRB can set an example of responsiveness and commitment to meeting the needs of poor and working people. In the middle of a public health crisis, it is imperative that we use our parks infrastructure to protect the health and dignity of all our community members. Will you take action today?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Shreves.
Many thanks to the park board for listening to constituents who pleaded to keep Lake Harriet closed to cars so that pedestrians and bikers can exercise safely with social distancing during the global pandemic. While constituents are grateful, we are concerned that Lake Harriet Parkway's continued closure may be decided on a week-by-week basis and requires the approval of the district commissioner to remain closed. That does not seem like good public policy.
Our next speaker is Stephen R. Goldsmith.
I was disappointed to learn last week that Lake Harriet Parkway was going to be reopened to cars starting today, April 20th. It is good to know that this decision was reversed at the last minute, but at this point only for a week. I think it would be highly desirable to have a general policy for our major lake parkways in place for the balance of this spring, summer, and fall. The rationale providing car-based access to some, however well-motivated, pales in insignificance compared to the potential COVID-19 related risk to thousands who walk these paths each day. Closing both aisles in Lake Harriet is to allow for social distancing while walking is a brilliant approach to managing our outdoor resources during the COVID-19 crisis. There is not enough room on the narrow walking paths to safely accommodate normal use, and use will go up as the weather improves. It already has.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annalise Brandel-Tanis.
Hello, my name is Annalise. I live in Powderhorn, and I'm writing to ask that the MPRB to step up its services for unhoused Minneapolis residents to help slow the spread of COVID-19. As someone who regularly uses Powderhorn Park and who works at Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden. I know how important parks are as a community resource. I also know that our unhoused neighbors need access to clean water, restrooms, and showers right now, and the MPRB can provide these resources. MPRB has the opportunity and a duty to help keep these neighbors safe by opening up its bathrooms and showers in locations easily accessible to those living in encampments, such as Phillips Pool, with its shower facilities, and the Whittier Rec Center. Please use your park infrastructure to protect the health and dignity of all community members.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Johannes.
I have felt so lucky to live in such a beautiful and progressive city. When the park board approved closure of the parkways to permit safer social distancing, I thought they really understood the importance of exercise to relieve stress and the healing powers of being in nature, and the benefit to all in getting out of their living spaces to welcome the coming spring and relieve the stress of feeling trapped. It was so forward-thinking to ease the dilemmas created by people quarantining in place. What about the increased domestic violence, child abuse, and mental health crisis created by isolation, loss of employment and wages, loss of support services, inability to purchase necessary medications, food, household supplies, safe transportation to essential workers, etc.? The COVID virus is not stopping its progress through our communities. Why should we stop the positive efforts to slow the spread and to help people comply with safe practices?
Our next speaker is Mariana Padilla.
I live near Lake Harriet and appreciate the previous closures of some of the parkways to accommodate pedestrians and bikers. Even with the recommendation of social distancing, when the summer weather arrived, it was like a parade of people all around the lake, with many people walking on the bike paths as well. Closing the parkways to automobile traffic increased the space for people to enjoy the lakes and the river and enhance their well-being by exercising and being in nature. Although there is more space, the foot and bike traffic could be better organized by either designating both of the paths as opposing direction bike paths and then the road for pedestrians walking both directions, or vice versa. In light of the fact that it's just spring and summer will only bring more traffic to the lakes and the river, I recommend we keep these particular parkways closed to car traffic and allow the space to maintain proper social distancing. I applied the foresight and...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Metz.
As a Fulton resident living in Park Board District 6, we were happy to learn that the parkway will remain closed for another week. However, as the stay-at-home order continues and will likely be extended, we'd like to appeal to the board to continue the extension for quite some time. It's essential to ensure safe social distancing. The paths are too narrow and too widely used. It's hard to understand why this decision needs to be considered weekly and why the closure authority is left to the discretion of just the Park District 6 Commissioner. As Minnesotans, aren't we all in this together? And doesn't keeping the road closed help us flatten the curve, even once things are reopened gradually?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Schaefer.
The closure of Lake Harriet Parkway to vehicles should be extended indefinitely through the duration of the COVID-19 epidemic. Pedestrians and cyclists cannot safely bike on the narrow paths while following the social distancing recommendations of the governor and health officials. The benefit of reopening the path to vehicles so a small number of people can drive around the lake who otherwise cannot walk or bike is far outweighed by the risk and negative impact upon the many who would be squeezed into a tight space around the lake. Until we have a vaccine that is widely distributed, this road must remain closed. There are many other beautiful sights that drivers can see in our city that do not put the rest of the population at risk. Please make a sensible decision. Keep the parkway closed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila Nezad. Looks like our next speaker is James Keimer.
As a resident of Minneapolis and a daily visitor of Lake Harriet Parkway, I very strongly urge the park board to reconsider any move to reopen the parkway to car traffic. Even on weekdays, the paths around the lake make it impossible to practice the safe social distancing guidelines urged by the governor, the federal authorities, and including the president himself. We very badly need the space on the road to keep safe distances and continue to enjoy recreation, which is essential for maintaining social cohesion during the lockdown. For many of us, a daily walk or run around the lake is the only thing to look forward to during these frightening times. It keeps us mentally healthy. It keeps us sane. I understand the reasoning to reopen is all well-intentioned, but to take this privilege of a safe outdoor space away from people would be a terrible mistake.
Our next speaker is Rosemary Pfister. This will be our penultimate speaker as we are coming up on our half hour of open time. I will then read all of the individuals who submitted comments. Read the names of all the individuals who submitted comments. Sorry, my mistake. So again, Rosemary Pfister is next.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Pfister, and I live near Corcoran and Powderhorn Parks. I work with people experiencing homelessness. There were already 800 people living outside in Hennepin County. The shelters are unsafe, and I cannot recommend anyone stay in them as COVID-19 spreads. The limited hotel resources have not been opened to those outside of the shelter system. We are going to be seeing more people living outside in encampments and need safer options for encampments. I need to be able to find my patients for follow-up, and my patients need hygiene facilities. The hepatitis A outbreak prevented with access to restrooms and hand washing, and now COVID-19 is spreading through unsheltered communities. I call on you to sanction space for safer encampments on parkland and open park facilities so our neighbors can access potable water, washing, hand washing, toilets.
Thank you. At this time, it is 6 p.m. We've had a half an hour of open time. I will be reading the names of all of those who have submitted additional comments. These will be included in the public record. Also noting the topic, which is hygiene facilities for the homeless. We have following individuals submitting comments. Bex, Barbara Gershon, Robin Isaacs, Sheila Nessad, Nasreen Quadri, Nick Mabry, Angela Tona, Grace Burke, Lucy Geish, Ellie Neubauer, Kat Donnelly, Gracie Lindblad, Kathleen Roche, Sarah Stackley, Esther Ore, Emma Nicosia, Reese Williams, Carlin Shanley, Celeste Robinson, Elisa Hoven, Shay Berkowitz, Jana, Artie Batt, Natalie Jacobson, Caitlin Cook Isaacson, Kevin Carey, Sarah M. Holm, Gretchen Leaving, Kestrel Feiner Homer, Rebecca Scholar, Angela Jerome Tuckner, Allison Green, Krista Margolis, Laura Randall, Gabriel Keller Flores, Jill Bernard, Shoshana Alexander Daniels, Gabriella Farias, Ilsa Griffin, Jesse Mortensen, Megan Staffen, Michael Goldman, Aaron West, Susie Petaway, Emrys, and Casey. Moving on to consent business, I would ask for a motion moving items 7.1 through 7.8. That's resolution 2020-182 through resolution 2020-189. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
There has been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I see Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd like to pull resolutions 183, 188, and 191 for discussion.
Resolutions 188, 183, 188, and 189 have been pulled.
191.
Oh, so, my apologies, 190. 191 is not part of the consent agenda.
Oh, excuse me, then just 183 and 188.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so those two resolutions have been removed or pulled for discussion. So at this time, I will ask for if there are any comments on the rest of the consent business. That's at this point, resolution 2020-182, 2020-184 through 187, and then 2020-189. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment on Resolution 2020-189. We don't need to have a separate roll call vote on it, but I just wanted to say some things about it. It's the contract with the U.S. Department of Agriculture in regard to wildlife management. This basically moves us over from private contractors to the USDA for handling beavers and coyotes. I feel that the contract is an improvement over the status quo because private contractors have a profit motive based on the amount of wildlife they kill. So they would be making recommendations that would lead us to do more of that, whereas the USDA doesn't have that profit motive. So I think it's good to move over to them. I checked with staff and confirmed that we're still going to be following the same protocols that we established earlier, that whenever they think that they may need to be killing beavers, that they would have to notify the board first. My goal with that was to establish a higher threshold of need for it. It's not to say that we'll never need to remove beavers, but as we've seen with Lake Hiawatha, where they initially thought that they would need to, the flooding concerns that they initially anticipated haven't materialized, and we haven't needed to kill any beavers there. One of the other reasons I wanted to just bring this up quickly is because during this discussion and in the agenda packet, staff talk about the possibility of maybe needing to remove beavers at Sumner, where they have had an ongoing problem for the last year and a half. So I wanted to take this opportunity to give people a heads up that that may be coming down the road. One last thing is that in the contract, it does talk about shooting the animals, which raised alarms for me. But my understanding is that is just part of their standard contract language the USDA insisted on when staff were talking to them about it. And I confirmed with staff that they will not be using that method at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I actually had my numbers mixed up. This actually was when I heard Commissioner Meyer talk about the content of the resolution. This is 189. I actually did want to pull this one for discussion. So if we could take this vote separately, and I'd like to I'll start with speaking to this one, if that's okay.
So Commissioner Bourne, could you clarify which items, are there three items, and could you clarify them one more time?
So let me give you the content and what I'm pretty sure the numbers are. There is 183 is the Kenilworth resolution, correct?
Correct.
188 is the Croning Interpretive Center,
Correct.
and 189 is the Beaver
Yep.
study, Beaver work.
Okay.
Those are the three that I was hoping to pull and discuss.
Okay. So once more, I think I'll ask for a new motion on the rest of the consented agenda. Do I have a motion on 2020-182, 184, 185 through 187?
So moved.
Moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on those consent items that have not been pulled by Commissioner Bourne? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll on those consent items.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Those resolutions carry. Now we will discuss the resolutions that have been pulled from the consent agenda, starting with item 7.2, that is resolution 2020-183. Do I have a motion on 2020-183?
It's already been moved.
Oh, it's already, okay. My apologies. So we will have discussion on that item, starting with Commissioner Forney.
Just point of order, actually. Could we time our discussion so we do not get, what are too
Certainly.
lengthy on here, please? I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, we will. So to remind commissioners, there's 3 minutes for an opening statement on an item and 1 minute of rebuttal. Is there any discussion on Resolution 2020-183? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. This one, I don't have as many questions about, but I'm just wondering, I have a similar question to all 3 resolutions, and if we can walk through the funding sources and the amount of flexibility that we have within those funding sources. Resolution 183 looks like it's coming from a Met Council Parks and Trails grant. Is that the only source of funding, and are we contractually obligated to spend that here?
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I will turn that over to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder if he is available to take that question. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, these are regional park dollars being directed here, and they cannot be reallocated to another use. They have to be put toward improvements within the regional park system.
And that's an agreement that we have with the Met Council, who is the funder of this entire 298.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I will ask the secretary to take the roll on Resolution 2020-183.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. The resolution 2020-183 carries. Moving on to discussion on resolution 2020-188. there any discussion on that item? Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. On this one, I think I understand this one a little bit better in terms of the sources of funding. It looks like of the $100,000 in more signs that we're buying for Croning Center, which are needed, but the $100,000 on top of the $600,000 that we've already spent, it looks like $50,000 of that is coming from outside sources, and a combination of the remaining $50,000 is coming from O&M funds and our environmental education services. And I'm wondering if we could hear from either Director Wiseman or Lobbyist Rice on any restrictions that are in place around O&M funds. We have a conversation this evening about what things we need to cut, and I'm just nervous about incurring dollars right now on some things that we may want to reprioritize in a few weeks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne, for that question. I will ask first I'll ask Council Rice for any answer he has, and then we can turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Bourne, I'll be brief. I think these are the exhibit materials up at Croning, and we received a grant from the LCCMR last cycle for that. So I'm guessing that a significant amount of this money is from LCCMR, which would be dedicated funds. As to the O&M funds, I think Director Wiseman might be better to answer that. Those dollars are in the neighborhood of about $2 million. We have to spend it on the regional system. They're granted from the state. It's limited to the regional park system for expenditures. I think traditionally the boards use those dollars for projects in a capital nature, although I think they fall under the general jurisdiction of the board on how to allocate them. I think I would say that by signing the contract on the Croning project, we agreed to in order to get the LCCMR money, we agreed to put up matching dollars. So I think the board essentially obligated these funds and needs to spend them on that project.
If that's accurate, that this is a match for a grant, I don't need a response for Director Wiseman on 188.
Okay, unless staff has anything to add, they think would be helpful to add. I am not seeing staff stepping up here. Are there any other questions from commissioners regarding Resolution 2020-188? Hearing none, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-188.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Resolution 2020-188 carries. Move on to Resolution 2020-189. Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Bourne.
Sorry. Thank you, President Cogill. Looking for similar background material, I did not see the funding source for 189 in the background material. And I'm just wondering what is the funding source and whether we are contractually obligated to any other entity to provide this work or pass this resolution at this time.
Turn it over to staff. Superintendent Bangora or his designee.
sorry about that. I think that we have, I would turn over to either Ralph Sievert or Jeremy Barrick in response. Jeremy, the superintendent.
It looks like we have Ralph up here if he's able to speak.
And Ralph is up too. Yeah,
Okay.
Ralph should be up to speak.
Great.
Yeah, the commissioners, the question about
Thank
funding.
you.
The question about funding. It's generally it's from the general fund, so it's money that we would just be using out of our general fund budget.
Thank you, Mr. Sievert. So the resolution says it's from April 1 to March 31st. So have we already received services and we're paying for, and we are now paying retroactively for something we've already received?
No, none of the services has been provided yet, and this allows a 3-year time span for that contract work to happen. So nothing has happened to this date yet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sievert. And we're under no contractual obligation with any other entity of government to provide this service at this time?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sievert. I do see the importance of this work overall, and I would be certainly willing to look at taking this up in the months ahead. But I do have to question, as we are having a financial conversation in just a few minutes, about what one-time services we can return to the general fund if this isn't one of those. And on that discussion, it sounds like we're going to be talking about pay freezes, step increases, and I'm wondering if we can delay management and observation of beavers for a few months until we get a more clear outline if we're going to have to be laying off staff or asking frontline folks to take pay increases. So I would ask that we table this resolution. So I would move to table this.
There has been a motion to table Resolution 2020-189. So at this time, I will ask the secretary to please take the
It hasn't been seconded, President.
Oh, is there a second to this motion to table? Is there a second? I see Commissioner Meyer has his hand raised. I'm not seeing. I'll call on Commissioner Meyer.
I can't raise my hand.
Okay, Commissioner French.
I kind of understand what Commissioner Bourne is. The point he's trying to make is that we need to be really careful about the resources that we're spending. And I guess the question I want to know is how much negatively would this affect park services if we didn't go through with this contract? Like,
Point of order.
Yes, Commissioner Musich. I'm waiting for a second. I haven't gotten a second. So it doesn't, and I called on Commissioner French because I thought he might be seconding. There's not a second.
Well, I was trying to talk earlier, but my hand raising feature wasn't working.
So Commissioner French, I'll let you finish your comments after I just clarify that we are not going to be voting on a motion to table because that did not receive a second, and we will continue to discuss the resolution as it stands.
Well, then that's what I'm discussing.
Great.
Thank you. We really need to be careful about the dollars that we're spending. So I'm really curious about how adversely affected our park system would be if we didn't go through with this contract. How important it is, and is it important that we spend this money right now, and can we do it out? So I don't know, Superintendent Bangor, who could answer that question.
Looks like we have a couple of staff members. Superintendent Bangor, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, President Cogill, Commissioner French. I would assume that Assistant Superintendent Barrett could answer that, or of course, Mr. Siebert, either one.
Hello, this is Jeremy. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So this has kind of been a long time coming. This was born out of complaints on wildlife management about 1.5 years ago, where we were using private contractors. So measuring the effect of this is difficult because we won't know until we have a problem. So the intent here was to shift our management to the USDA for their wildlife biologist expertise, and to eliminate the capitalist motivation of private contractors. And so we estimate, the annual cost of their consultation and, if needed, services. And that's how we came up with the number of $50,000 not to exceed. So essentially what you're doing is giving us a tool. With this contract, we could spend $0 if we have no problem. And we could spend up to $50,000 if we have a bunch of problems. So I hope that's helpful. It's kind of an as-needed contract. It gives us expertise, access to expertise that we currently don't have, and is not for profit.
So prior to this, were we using a private contractor or no?
Yes, if we had a beaver issue, we would contact a private trapper and have them remove it.
How much have we been spending on that in the past few years?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I know it's 1 or 2 instances every other year, every couple of years.
And is there a breakdown on per incident, how much the park board needs to charge, or how much we're spending to take care of those incidents?
I do not have that knowledge. Perhaps Ralph Siebert recalls instances in the past and how much they cost?
I don't, and it's only because prior to this, they were handled through part of asset management, almost like as a place just to make it happen. And so it was done very, very, very loosely, and didn't have the same kind of quality control that this is going to have.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just curious about, really want to be really cautious about the money we're spending right now. It seems like this may be a worthwhile cause, and I don't think I'll have an issue with it, but just really cautious about the resources we're spending right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. And agreed.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Musich.
Jeremy actually answered my question. It was in regards to whether or not this incurred cost if there was no need. And it sounds like the answer to that question is no, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Barrick explained some of the things that I was going to, but this would have been, before we would have been doing this with a private contractor, Bob and Steve's equipment removal, whatever organization. So this basically just moves that to someone who doesn't have that profit motive, and it's $50,000 split over 3 years that we're authorizing. If they needed to do more than that, then they would have to come back to us for approval. My understanding is that they have the authority to do it up to $100,000 anyway. So I appreciate this, that this was on the agenda, just to give us the extra transparency on the issue. The last thing I just wanted to emphasize is that it's not just beavers, it's coyotes. So if we had a situation where we needed to address that, I would certainly want to be able to, for the protection of people's pets and to avoid issues like rabies. I think it's important to make sure that our staff have the ability to address that issue if they need to. And I'd prefer that they do it with the USDA than with a private contractor. So I would like to see this acted on tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-001. 2022-189.
Commissioner Bourne,
Abstain.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you. That resolution carries. That concludes our consent agenda business. We'll move into now unfinished business. We have 2 discussion items tonight that are both very important, and I am going to turn this over to the superintendent to kick us off with an overview of our park use and access during this COVID-19 pandemic, outlining our responses and planning and current issues that we're considering. Superintendent, take it away.
Thank you, President Cogill, and thank you, Commissioners. I want to wait to make sure that we have the screen come up here. All right, thank you. Okay. So, first of all, thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. Sorry, I went too close there. For really this opportunity to provide information on the organization's COVID-19 response and planning efforts. As we all know, these are really unprecedented times, but I'm really very proud of the hard work that the park has done, the park staff have done in response to this national pandemic. You received some information in my daily COVID-19 updates to employees and commissioners. I send that out on a weekly and a daily basis, so I know you received those. But I also want to focus on this presentation tonight for really park use and access and what we have been doing around our efforts since this pandemic has hit the United States and hit the world. So at this slide, what you're looking at is since early March, we've been monitoring and responding to COVID-19 in partnership with and guidance from really several agencies. The Minnesota Department of Health is leading the statewide response for COVID-19. Their current prediction is that the pandemic will peak in Minnesota, will hit in early July. That's when the peak will begin. We take that to mean that really COVID-19 will last well into July and into August. And social distancing will continue to be needed and to limit the spread of COVID-19. The one thing that I take to heart, and I've listened very carefully to all the reports that come out, when Governor Walz said, the only vaccine to this at this point is social distancing. So we hear that loud and clear, and we understand, we look at the data and the numbers. This is going to be here for a while. Locally, we have been working closely with the Minneapolis Health Department and the Minneapolis Office of Emergency Management, so OEM. In addition, we've been working collaboratively with a number of partners to address the needs of the city and of the region. I really want to take this time to thank all of our partners at the state, City of Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Public Schools, Hennepin County, and the City of St. Paul for their collaborative work with us. And also, just to also say thank you to our Metro Regional partners. We meet every Monday virtually, and they have been a great source of information, and I am thankful for their efforts. And again, if you look at this slide, which is really important, we make decisions and strategies collaboratively through all of our agencies. And this kind of tells you, not only from the state of Minnesota, the city of Minneapolis, Minneapolis Public Schools, Hennepin County, St. Paul, all the information on here is a very collaborative effort. And again, we're doing great work with them, and we really appreciate them. The next slide, we're talking about, we want to talk about parkways. On March 27th, as part of our effort to relieve congestions and provide greater spaces for social distancing, during the governor's stay-at-home order, we closed our first parkways and roads, motor vehicles, and open them up to pedestrians. And I'm very proud of that and the work that this board has done to move that initiative. Since then, we have opened up a total of 9 parkways for a total of 21 lane miles. This has created an additional 36 acres of pedestrian social distancing around some of our most heavily used parks. Our organization is leading the nation in this effort. And I'm proud to say that we are, they call it Open Streets COVID-19. It's a nationally tracked data around parkways that are open through parks based on this pandemic, and Minneapolis is leading that. We are number 1 in the amount of roads and parkways that have been open. In addition to the work of our staff and commissioners to make this happen, I want to acknowledge our partners with the City of Minneapolis, and most recently, the City of St. Paul to provide these spaces. We're very proud of that. And if you look down here, you will see that, of course, we started to open this on the 4th, and the dates, if you look through there, we continue to be open, of course, until the end of the stay in shelter. Of course, Lake Harriet Parkway, though, is the only exception. Next slide, please. As part of our social distancing, education, and outreach efforts, we've created and installed almost 2,700 signs in English, Spanish, and Somali. On March 31st, we launched our sign campaign with 300 multi-language signs in neighborhoods and regional parks that encourage park visitors to protect themselves, protect others, and practice social distancing. The first week of April, we launched another 800 signs that focused on social distancing at our playgrounds, athletic fields, and athletic courts. The following week, we deployed signs on our parkway barricades to encourage cyclists to stay on bike trails. And we also launched our Do Your Part campaign that encouraged tennis players, playground users, and basketball players to do their part and social distance to avoid having nets and rims removed and playgrounds closed. So the slide really gives you a really broad view of the time that we started this and the efforts that we have done to place signs around our entire system. I'm incredibly grateful to our staff that have been out there placing these signs all over our parkways and our playgrounds and our basketball courts. And it was a really great effort by our team to get this accomplished. So thank you to them. Next slide, please. On April 3rd, we received recommendations from the Minneapolis Health Department that provided specific guidelines for social distancing. For most park activities, the health department clearly laid out what safe is allowed and what is not allowed. It was based on their guidelines that we developed and launched on April 9th, Do Your Part campaign. In addition to the deployment of signs already mentioned, we tried to share the Do Your Part message through our news media, social media, community partners, our email lists, web information, and contacts with local agencies and organizations who you saw on the second slide that we work with collaboratively every day. On April 10th, the Minneapolis Health Department recommended to us that all basketball hoops be removed given the challenges with enforcing physical distancing by those using our courts. We shared details with them about our Do Your Part campaign and the ambassador program with the hope that education may result in a greater social distancing. We can talk about that more later. Next slide, please. We're opening 4 park restroom buildings this Friday, April 24th, at Bryn Mawr, Marshall Terrace, Mueller, and Willard Parks to support the city and the county's work to provide hygiene services for people experiencing homelessness. Each park location was selected to fill the gaps in services already provided by local experts and agencies collectively working to serve people experiencing homelessness and housing instability. Our small restroom buildings with indoor plumbing and in our parks that are known to be near perennial encampments. So this effort to look at this map and to really understand what we have done to partner with all of our servicing agencies, that we have put up these 4 locations, and we're proud of that. And we, again, are working with all of our agencies and our partners to make these available to our unsheltered folks that are experiencing homelessness in the city. And we'll talk more about that in a moment too. I do want to say also that Director of the Office to End Homelessness, David Hewitt, is also with us today, and we will call on him to give further information, context around the work we've been doing together. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And also there's more information I think we can share too that, that I just received today that I want to throw in here right now. It seems that there are some stations that will be added to this, that there's, let me see if I can get this here. I will come back to this. I will come back because I just had it up on my sheet here, but I will come back to the news that I just saw earlier. So I'll come back to that so we can move forward. So as you also know that hundreds of events in our parks during the summer. The Earth Day event was canceled. However, we are doing a special DIY activities through social media in its place. We're working with virtual options with our local or with our larger events, including Juneteenth, the Red and White Boom, and many other neighborhood events in our parks. For our permitted events, we're looking at a 60-day out and making decisions or cancellations and rescheduling. So what's really important here too is that our recreation team is doing some amazing work around virtual programs, and we're also looking at programs that we can do in our park where we have our youth come to our parks. There's many things we've talked about, and I know Annie Olson and the team with Jamie and all of our recreation, they're doing some really wonderful work that we're going to be sharing with you of the work that we're going to be doing at our rec centers to really engage through social distancing some programs that we can offer in the summer for our youth. And we're really excited about that. They're doing really wonderful work. And we can also share more of that information too. So real quick, I want to get into some of the ideas about the information about our staff. Our recreation division has a certified workforce of 128 full-time and 38 part-time staff. These positions, if you go down, are located in aquatics, athletics, ice arenas, golf, recreation centers, and youth development, and a variety of jobs. And as you can see, a lot of them is around athletic program specialists, program leads, lifeguard, recreation volunteer coordinators, ice resurface drivers, management and administrative staff, golf course specialists, golf course maintenance foremen, management and administrative staff, recreation centers, of course, we know we have recreation specialists, youth program specialists, park school campus coordinator, management and administrative staff. And in youth development, we have our child care workers, our child development supervisor, our Teen Teamworks program coordinators, therapeutic recreation inclusion coordinator, youth development supervisor, youth engagement coordinator, youth program specialist, and management and administrative staff. So we have a very large variety of full-time and part-time certified that are doing a phenomenal job out here every day. And we're very proud of the work that they're doing. There's also, I think the next slide, please. There's also 611 certified and appointed positions in the Minneapolis Park Board, consisting of 587 certified and 24 appointed staff. Most of these employees have worked for us for more than 5 years. And what's interesting about this slide, if you take a look at this, we break this down between race and ethnicity and certified appointed employees, age of our certified employees, years of employment of certified and appointed employees. So for instance, if you look at the light colored graph, 70% of our staff have worked more than 5 years for us. 1 to 5 years is 25%, and less than 1 year is 6% of our staff. The age kind of speaks for itself. Most of our staff are between the age of 30 and 49. And if you look at the zip codes and certified employees, they're varied between Minneapolis is 35%, and others is 65%. So we wanted to share this information with you so you can have an idea of our current certified and appointed staff summary. The certified positions in recreation are performing critical sector work, including a very important ambassador program, monitoring our park assets and keeping patrons who are recreating in safe social distancing through education. They're also being used in our golf courses, our programs, our Rec Plus, and also working to provide modified programs to our community, as I mentioned earlier. So again, we have approximately 150 certified staff. They're out right now in our community doing a variety of work. They're from our recreation, customer service, park police, and our community outreach. They began to do the program outreach in an ambassador program on April 11th. The staff are in parks from noon to 6:30. Of course, when it's above 40 degrees. So we've had a few days when it snowed that it was below that, but they're out in 50 plus locations around the entire city. 50 sites daily, and they enter in data through a database via our mobile phones. We have right now compiled data, which is really exciting, specific to things that they see when they're out in the center or when they're out in our parks. And it really is a great tool that we're using to see if people are social distancing, if we have any concerns, if we notice that there's anything that needs to be repaired, if there's anything that needs or requires an additional ambassadors, or if there's even concerns that we have to contact for safety reasons, our park police. So they're doing wonderful work, and the data that's being shared is really pretty amazing, and we're very proud of that information and the data that we're collecting. So April 16th to 19th data we've been collecting from that point, more than 565 site reports submitted. We've been observing 80% of people practicing good social distancing behaviors. Top social distancing was at tennis courts at 88%, and the lowest was at basketball courts at 72%. 4% of our site reports noted that we needed some maintenance work. 5.5% said more ambassadors needed, and 2% asked for additional park police. Our busiest sites were Farview, Kenwood, Mill Ruin, Stone Arch, and Minnehaha Falls and North Commons. And the sites with the largest number of people visiting were Harriet, Lake Nokomis, Minnehaha Falls, and Bede-Makaska. And it's no surprise that our lakes are busy, as they are the second most visited site in the state of Minnesota behind the Mall of America. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is our provisional Code 8 summary. Our critical sector work assignments. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm on the right one here. So certified positions, recreation, are performing critical sector work. Next one. The current provisional Code 8 employees mostly work 10-hour weeks, with almost 30% doing up to 20% hours of work. Yep, I think we're missing what slide are we on right now? I apologize. Oh, there we go. Okay. Slide 10, 11, okay, we should be on slide 12. All right, I'm sorry, we'll go right here. I'm sorry, we'll stay here. Critical sector work assignments for critical staff and program staff continue. So I'm sorry, I skipped before there. So golf, Growth, Columbia, Meadowbrook opened Saturday, April 18th. Hiawatha and 18th opened Tuesday, April 21st. So what we have tracked is 1,163 rounds of golf booked from April 18th to 19th, and we received revenue of $72,052. No contact point of sales, and golf is walking only. Rec Plus right now, currently summer program survey to current registered parents, netted 500 responses. So we already had 600 people that were, 500 or plus people that were already registered for Rec Plus. We are now going back, and we've reached out to our Rec Plus parents. And so we've done a modified program following CDC and Minnesota Department of Health child care best practices, providing social distancing. So the programs are based on 350 children at 13 sites with increased staff on child ratio. So the cost is $40 per child per day. The child care specialists and other recreation division certified staff provide program leadership. So we are working right now to bring that back at 13 of our sites. So fall planning is underway to include free site at Harrison. So that's still part of our initiative, as we know, and we will have that launched in the fall at Harrison Park. A modified programming. So all registration for summer programs are on hold. So a MPRB cross-functional team is reviewing their programs to decide, number one, can it be offered safely in any form? If not, it's being canceled. Can it be retooled for virtual delivery? And also, can the adjustments be made for in-person delivery using social distancing techniques? And the standard criteria for new modified programs is being developed and implemented. And as I said earlier, we have a great team that's working through that right now to do some really great programs or modified programs to address the needs of our community and of our young people come to our parks. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. I think I'm good. Thank you. Provisional Code 8 summary. So the current Provisional Code 8 employees mostly work 10 hours per week, with almost 30% doing up to 20 hours per week. Many of these provisional employees have worked for the Park Board for 1 and 5 years, with 32% of them working more than 5 years. The program work is in recreation, aquatics, ice arenas, Rec Plus, and environmental programs. The median age of these employees are between 20 and 29 years old, and 71% of our Provisional Code 8 employees are Minneapolis residents. So the tool we wanted to share here with you is some data around who our provisional employees are. And if there's questions around this, we can also answer this. But again, just an overview. What I just stated kind of gives an overview of this particular slide. And we wanted to make sure that we gave at least an information of our current Provisional 8 employee summary. So regular duties of Code 8 program staff. The Provisional Code 8 employees perform duties in our recreation centers, youth development, ice arenas, aquatics, and environmental management. These duties are a variety, including but not limited to being preschool instructors, helping in computer labs, working our 9 hours programs, providing administrative support, and doing outreach, childcare, lifeguarding, Zamboni driver, gardening, and water quality testing. So that in an overview, we have an incredible diverse and in many different areas of our organization, doing a variety of jobs. And again, some of the technical duties are answering phones at our rec centers. Some might be providing customer service, room and ice reservations, data management. Some could be around guarding beaches and pools, providing swimming instruction, training athletes. Some also assist in programs and planting and weeding and general maintenance, water testing, of course, administrative support, and aquatic plant harvesting. So we have a variety of jobs that our Provisional Code 8 programs staff do on a yearly basis. And the last slide, I believe, is the regular duties of the Code 8. Yes, thank you. I think it's the Code 8 staff, and I think I just walked through that with you. And at this point, I think that is everything that I have. And we will be open for questions, of course, around some of this information. I know it was a quick overview, a large overview to kind of absorb, but we wanted to give you at least an idea of the work that we're doing, the staff that is providing the work, and to give you the duties and jobs and the innovative programs and things that we're doing around this response that we've been in now for several weeks. So thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. We are open for questions.
Thank you.
President Cogill.
Yep.
My hand raising feature is not working right now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Superintendent Bangora and Commissioner French. I will turn it over to you for your questions of the superintendent in this report.
Okay. One of the questions I have, our ambassador program. What type of personal protection equipment are our ambassadors getting? Which that is provided for by the park board, or if any?
Sure. And I will have Mimi Kell step in here too in a moment. So the protective equipment that we have given them is gloves, face masks. They do have those available. What was recommended from our own internal and from the health department is that they have those provided to them. They can wear them when they're out in public, but because of the distancing that we have our staff, that it is available. They have it, and they use it if they need to use it, and it's available to them when they're out in the field.
So we're not mandating that or requiring our staff who are working at this time to actually be using personal protection equipment.
Yes, what I'm going to do is at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Director Kell, just to give specifics around that, so we can give you very clear guidelines on what we're doing with that.
Hi, President Cogill, Commissioner French. Yes, we have provided gloves and masks to the staff if they should choose to use them. Prior to the program starting, we put everybody offered training. I believe we had over 60 staff come and attend the training here in the boardroom with safe social distancing. And Director Larry Humphrey conducted the training along with our safety officer, Joe Lynn Crum, and they discussed all the aspects of social distancing and expectations of the training or of the ambassador program, and answered lots of questions. And then staff had masks available should they choose to take one. Some of them had their own already. But we did, it wasn't required, it was up to each person and what their personal comfort level was, whether or not to use them.
I guess I pose another question. Does OSHA have any recommendations about what workers should be wearing in that capacity of the job they're doing right now? Does OSHA have any recommendations on what type of personal protection equipment that they should be using? Or the health department, either one?
I think that's probably a question that our safety officer would be better to answer, and I'm not sure that she's on this call. I know she was working closely with all of the requirements and letting staff know what was expected, but I don't have that information available to me right this minute.
So if we're asking staff to come in and leave their homes and come out into the public and do a job which is extremely important right now, which is to educate the public about social distancing and preventing the spread of COVID, I want to make sure those folks are being protected and their families are being protected. And I want to make sure everybody's out there has that training or has those skills and knowledge. And I don't know if I think we should be directing people to use face masks. I think we should be directing folks, especially if there's a recommendation from OSHA or health department or something like that. We need to figure that out. I want to make sure our folks have the same protections as our grocery store workers, as our delivery drivers and stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Commissioner Friend,
Yes.
this is May Brooks.
Hey, May.
Hi. What I can tell you is this. One, for the training, it was mandated.
I'm sorry, I can't. You're breaking in and out.
May, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. How about now?
There you go.
Much better.
Okay. Oh, hang on a second. I keep forgetting. I'm not in front of my microphone. All right. So this is what I will tell you. For the training, what we did was we mandated it for each of the employees, and they actually have to sign in and let us know that they in fact took the training. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this. When we created the training, we made sure that it aligned with what the recommendations were. So one of the reasons, you were talking about the mask situation and if we required it or not, what we did was we looked at what the Minnesota Department of Health had recommended, or I should say, Jolene did. She's really quite thorough. And she also checked in with what the CDC had said, and was right about the time where they were talking about wearing masks out in public, when that difference in opinion came through. And what we had to do was we had to figure out what we could do. And so to your point, Commissioner French, what we can do is we can make it available. We can train people on how to use it, but we can't mandate it because in case someone has some type of an underlying health condition where wearing a mask would in fact create some type of a health risk for them. Anytime you put a mask over your face, and let's say you have some type of an underlying respiratory condition, then that can be problematic. So that's the reason we don't mandate it as of right now, sir.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be to Council Rice. I think there was a law, a bill passed not too long ago, where if you were an employee and you contracted COVID at work, there's some workman's compensation. They would be eligible for workman's comp. Did that go through, or is that still in the works?
Council Rice?
Mr. President, Commissioner French, yes, you're correct. It creates a presumption for certain categories of workers that if they contract, test positive for COVID-19 or get a physician statement that they have COVID-19, they'd be covered. But it applies to public safety and health workers. I think it would apply to our police officers. The other group were firefighters, EMS, nurses, people who work in hospitals, nursing homes, or basically healthcare workers that had direct patient contact or were ancillary workers. So it would be like SEIU healthcare, that group of employees would cover. I think in our field, there was a category of daycare workers that was covered. So let me get that information to Ms. Brooks and cover it. There were certain categories of daycare workers that were covered. I'm not sure that ours would be, but maybe the Rec Plus people would be covered. To your point, though, that this is a health issue. Obviously, COVID-19 is out there, and OSHA has promulgated rules on it. I know that the staff has been aware of it, and workers do have certain rights. If they feel threatened enough, they could even refuse to work in certain situations if they feel exposed to a dangerous or hazardous environment.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. So I don't know if this has come up at all. Have any of our ambassadors decided that they don't want to do this because it's a danger? They feel like they're putting themselves or their families at risk. Are there any cases such as that?
President Coville, Commissioner French, yes, we did have, I believe there was 4 or 5 staff that elected not to do the ambassador program due to either health concerns or fear of the COVID, and they are allowed to use their COVID sick leave, the federal emergency sick leave, in place of the assigned work.
Okay, I really don't know if like we need to get forward direction in that, but I really would like to revamp and look at our personal protection equipment policies for our workers, and maybe they need to be better than other places. I think our people are just as special as firefighters. I think our people are just as special as nurses. They do a lot of frontline work, and I want to make sure they're protected. I want to make sure their families are protected. So I want, maybe in a couple weeks, we need to figure out, maybe you guys can come back and say, this is what we're doing now, this is what we did differently, or whatever. I don't want to, pass any resolution or anything, but I want to give you guys a chance to just, I want to, I don't know. And the reason I say this is because I passed by a few parks and I've seen a few ambassadors, and they had bandanas on, but they didn't have, equipment that was supplied by the park direct board, which is, which I want to make sure whatever equipment they have is useful, right? And that's just something that they made up themselves.
So we will make sure they all are aware that there are masks available, and we've been distributing them and getting them out to them. And I will say that we've gotten very positive feedback from the staff. They're enjoying it. They're enjoying the interaction. I believe the superintendent has also heard from citizens saying they appreciate the work of the ambassadors and the outreach that they're doing. They're getting a lot of steps in. I think some of them are dropping some pounds. So, but they're really, most of what we're hearing is not negative, but that they appreciate the work assignment and are enjoying interacting with the public and exploring our parks. Some of them are in areas that they haven't seen before, and so I think all in all, it's been a really good program for us.
Thank you very much. I just got one more question. To Superintendent Bangura. I think we got $200,000 from the from the Capitol last year for our Teen Teamworks program. That program probably is not going to happen in any form of what it used to look like this year. What are the chances of us going back to the Capitol and saying, can we use this money for something else, or try to figure out a way to use that money for those youth in some type of virtual employment? I don't know. We can try to brainstorm some way for us not to lose that $200,000. You know, that's a pretty big chunk of change. And I think we have some very imaginative people here at Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board that we can figure out some ways that we can make that happen, so we're not losing those resources for those young men and women who depend on that every year.
Yes, President Coghill, Commissioner French. Yes, we understand. We're working on right now. I know that I got response from our Pamela Gokemeyer, our IGR, and also I know Brian Rice has. We've talked about this particular the money that we have in there, and so we know that we can carry it over to next year. We're not going to lose the funding at this point, and I know Councilor Rice can give more specifics around this, but we are looking at right now. We consider the fact that we have in this pandemic currently how we provide the services this year, even to our youth, and getting them in being in vans and being in these large groups and working out there in the public is obviously we don't want to do that, and also the workers and our staff that are working with them and mentoring them. You know, and so I do hear what you're saying, and we are looking at ways that we can do any type of social distancing programs and how we can implement it. And so, but as far as losing the funding, Councilor Rice, can you give a quick background on the discussion that we've had with Pamela and myself around the funding for our youth around the programs? If you can give an update, I would appreciate that.
Sure, Mr. President. Commissioner French and Superintendent Bangor. Yes, the superintendent and I and Pamela have had a couple of conversations about the Teen Teamworks or Summer Youth Employment Program, and I know that this matter is in flux. Pamela has been the lead on talking to the Department of Energy and Economic Development, DEED. It's the grant is actually for the state's next fiscal year, which is July 1 to June 30th. So it's the second part of the fiscal year. But we kind of front load the program with our own resources and then use the state's resources to pay the rest of the summer. I think Pamela has heard that the grant could carry over to next year. I've questioned. No one really knows what next year might look like. If the state's really has a significant shortfall, the question would be with unexpended funds or grants that actually haven't gone out the door, will they try to cancel them? I guess it's premature to make that guess. I think Commissioner.
But the money will be there. The money will be there in the fall, right? So is there a possibility that we could probably maybe create some type of fall job program, maybe just this one time, if all this foolishness and mess that we got going on has settled down, maybe have some type of fall employment program or something that looks a little bit different than our traditional Teamworks program.
You know, Mr. President, Commissioner French, I think you raised an excellent question. I think your question comes down to this: given the timing of this, would it make sense for the park board to think creatively and maybe approach the legislature or the administration and say, hey, normally we do the summer program, but the summer has either been put on hold or we don't know. Could we use this money either later in the summer or in the school year or something to help kids out at that stage of the game? And I know the state so far has demonstrated a great amount of flexibility on issues like that to try to make sure they can help. We do have a little less than 4 weeks left, so if the staff, either Pamela, the superintendent, or Mimi or Linda Tachek, if somebody has an idea about how we could maybe put these kids to work either this summer or later this year, we should probably think about that now and try to get it up in front of legislators, tomorrow, if we've got a great idea on how we could manage the kids, social distance, and have them be productive. Or be ready in case, Governor Walz said we could start testing 20,000 people a day. That would be a real game changer to understand where this virus is at and how much people are at risk for contracting it. But I think it's an excellent suggestion, Commissioner French.
Thank you, Commissioner French. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you, and we can follow up offline with those additional questions. An important discussion. Want to remind commissioners to try and keep our comments here. I'll do a better job of reminding folks of time, and I will ask now Commissioner Musich, who has her hand raised, to speak.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'll keep my remarks short. I'd like to express how thankful I am for the collaboration that's happening across all of our local government agencies. It's really great to see that happening. We all are going to have very limited resources as a result of the coronavirus and the conditions that it has placed upon us. So thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to hearing about future collaborations as we continue to navigate this new world that we're living in. I'm wondering if reports of noncompliance with social distancing have gone down since we've started deploying ambassadors out into the park and increased the signage.
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich. We've only had about 5 days of actual data at this point. We are collecting data and still going forward. What I hear from look at the data, we know we're just starting to get the information. What I know from talking to staff that are doing the ambassador program, there has been compliance when they're out there in the field and they're addressing the residents and people who are out in our parks. But as we know, right now, looking at our numbers, our basketball courts, of course, are full, and it's very difficult. They're having challenges with our basketball courts and the youth that are playing out there, but also our playgrounds. And so I don't know specifically yet. I think we're getting more data, more information out there to see if we can start to see a swing and a turn. But right now, the way the data is showing is that there is a compliance that it's challenging.
Okay, so we're still getting a lot of 911 calls.
Yeah, I've received, yes, Commissioner Mitchell, I've received, there's still calls and still concerns.
Okay, so a question that one of my constituents asked that I'm just going to pose to you is if we do get to a point where the health department is asking us to shut down basketball courts and remove hoops, is it possible to leave one hoop up in locations where we've got a full court so that people are still able to shoot baskets, but it's not as likely that they're going to try to play a game? I don't need an answer for that now, but it's something I would hope that we could consider. Because I know people are getting a little stir crazy. I can definitely tell it in my house that we want to get out, and I'm sure that's not unique to us. I also have gotten a lot of questions about our programs that people have signed up for the summer, and folks asking, okay, you're going to try to modify them. Like, what if I don't want to do that? Or my financial situation since I signed up for those programs has changed significantly. Am I able to cancel my family's participation in those programs at this time? Is that something that we're considering implementing, or have we already, and I just missed it somewhere?
Yeah, and I can turn that out, absolutely. And I'm not sure the best person to answer this. Is Annie, are you still, Annie or Mimi Kell? We can give specifics of what they've been doing as far as refunds and cancellations.
Sure, I'm on, Al, Superintendent.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Annie.
Commissioners, Commissioner Musich, I have been working closely with recreation centers and programs, as well as staff from all of our program areas on coordinating cancellations and refunds, in addition to not throwing it all away, but taking a look at what we might be able to continue to offer. Out of everything that we've done, whether it be a picnic reservation and or cancellation or something that was for a program, we're giving people options and and being humane in those options. So if someone is still uncomfortable, even after we've made adjustments, or hey, this isn't what I signed up for, I didn't sign up for an E version of this, of course, we are working with those families, providing refunds, allowing them to withdraw. The only area where we need someone to backfill, if that were to happen, would be in Reckless Childcare, as we move forward with a modified program for the summer.
Anything
So
else?
if families are looking to cancel their participation in a program that they signed up for, not realizing that we would have coronavirus, do they call the info hotline number, or is there a different number that they should be calling?
Right now, we're proactively doing cancellations and refunds for anything that's all the way up until our summer program begins. Summer program doesn't actually begin until June, the first Monday after school. I want to say that's June 6th or something.
I think it's the 7th. Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you for that correction. Appreciate that. All programs that would have already been in happening or are about to start during the spring session, we have already gone through and canceled and are working through all of those refunds at this time. We are nearly done. We are not done. There are some nuances about using the software for mass refunds. So we are working through those bit by bit and providing refunds in multiple different fashions based on method of payment and request by that customer. However, we are doing that proactively. So without anyone having to ask for those refunds or cancel, withdrawals, we are going ahead and doing that all the way up until summer. In the meantime, while that's happening, we have one group of staff that's working through the cancellation refunds for spring. We have a tandem group of staff who are working through taking that assessment of the summer program set and determining, as the superintendent mentioned, what will be either canceled, delivered virtually, or retooled for social distancing for in-person delivery. As we make the decisions on those programs, we will be notifying those participants who have already registered for summer and providing the option to them to either continue to refund to account or to withdraw and refund. So we're getting close on summer. We're not quite there yet because we're trying to tie a bow on spring first.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you very much. I appreciate the detailed
You're
response.
welcome.
And then the last thing I had was an ask that we get additional guidance from epidemiologists and the public health staff here in the city regarding the safety of individuals meeting in enclosed spaces at a distance of 6 feet for extended periods. Like everyone else, I'm reading so much about coronavirus, and there are a couple of newer studies that seem to indicate that airflow in closed rooms may put people at a higher risk, even in situations where social distancing is being followed. So I would just like to understand what risk we're putting people at if we are going to be opening our buildings for any reason, and whether or not we should be requiring that people wear masks if they're in buildings, in groups. And then I'd also like to understand if that's unadvised for individuals that are not members of the same household. In particular, I'm concerned about us coming back into the building for meetings once the stay-at-home order is lifted. If we are still being asked to follow social distancing guidelines, I would like to make sure that we are not putting commissioners and the staff that support us at risk by holding meetings that last, 5, 6, 7 hours. We're sure we're 6 feet apart, but we're all breathing the same air. So if we could get some guidance on that, I would appreciate it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I thought Commissioner LaFrench brought up some good points, and I would just want to second to our legislative agenda team to seek flexibility for the funds that we've received. And in regard to the masks, my thought on that is, we can't necessarily make it mandatory, but we should say, unless you have some kind of health condition, that you should be wearing a mask. So I would still think that we should have some kind of directive like that makes an exemption for people who need it. I was eager to hear about the locations that were added, Superintendent Bangora. We've had some conversations. I'm hoping that we can add some kind of accommodation at Logan Park and at Peavy Park, because there's a really strong need in both locations. And I also wanted to inquire about something that lots of people have been contacting us about Phillips Pool. So Superintendent Angora, can you speak to those?
Yes, and in fact, I'm looking for, Chief Ahato just sent in a text that I was looking forward to. I cannot find it at this point. But as far as, if I can get that, Chief Ahato, that'd be great, which gives a little bit of funding and potential other locations that are being added to the hand washing and BIFs around the city. What I noticed on that particular email, that text, Logan Park and PD Park were added to that list. There were two other ones, and for some reason, I'm looking at my email. I don't see it right here, but I can then refer again to Chief Ahato to specifically, I think here it is. I think I got it. Yep, here it is. Thank you. So the Health Department sought and will receive $31,396 from the Minnesota Department of Human Services for COVID-19 emergency response to help fund hygiene station supplies for the unsheltered homeless. These funds will help offset the cost of 4 new hygiene stations established last week and possible new sites. The homelessness branch is working with Metro Transit to respond to the growing encampment at Hiawatha and 28th. It has also submitted recommendations for placing porta potties, hand washing stations at 4 additional locations in Minneapolis: PD Park, Logan Park, and Hiawatha encampment in Uptown near the Library Transit Center. So I just received that, and so we're taking a look at that right now. So I wanted to address that right away. I was going to bring it up earlier, but I could not find it as I was so many papers here. So I wanted to make sure that I addressed that. And thank you, Jeremy, for saying that to me. So I wanted to first to say that is right now in plans and in coordination, and this is the recommendation. So that is there. As far as PCC, I've seen a lot of things that come out there about showers and all this kinds of PC. What I would like to do at this point is just to bring, I know I've been working collaboratively right now with David Hewitt, and he is online. And what I would like to do, if you could just give me a moment, is just to give him some context and background to our work specifically around this. And David is, of course, the director of the Office to End Homelessness, and his work aligns really the efforts of nonprofits, of shelter providers, in many layers of government that he's working with us and across all areas. The information he shared with me, I have a long list of things that I can share, but I would like to just have David at this time come forward and really share some of his thoughts around what we've been doing and working together, and also to reflect our efforts around hygiene stations and our restrooms that we've been providing. So David, if you're there, I would love to introduce you and to give a quick overview.
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent Bangora, President Cowgill, Commissioners. Thank you for your partnership in this area. Thank you for the invite to speak today, and for your interest in this area. And also, just I'd like to thank the public who spoke earlier with compassion about centering the health and dignity of people experiencing homelessness at the time. We know that during a crisis like this, that while it affects us all in very, very extreme ways, that it hits those who have least the most. And so I'm really grateful to the Parks Board for considering this issue with such compassion. I'd like to share just very briefly a kind of a high-level overview of the kind of 3 main strategies that, as a community, we are deploying to try and keep people safe during this crisis who are experiencing homelessness. And then I'm available for any questions, further context, further discussion that you may wish. It is, yesterday, 5 weeks ago, that Hennepin County declared a state of emergency, and as the first step within that, allocated $5 million out of our contingency fund, with the highest priority being to establish safety measures and risk mitigation measures around public health and homelessness. The first P strategy, as following the Center for Disease Control guidance for COVID-19 and sheltered and unsheltered homelessness, was to establish isolation units. According to the CDC guidance, these can be in shelters or other settings. The nature of where we were and what was available to us led us to prioritize the leasing of hotel units. And these isolation units are specifically for people who are sick who are probable or positive COVID-19 cases so that we can quickly remove them from a congregate setting where they have no opportunity to isolate, place them somewhere where they can recuperate, isolate, reduce transmission, and get healthy. So the first units were stood up just about 5 weeks ago. They are accessed through, we put in place a nurse triage line through our Healthcare for the Homeless team that works from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Can be called by people experiencing homelessness, outreach workers on the streets, shelter workers in the shelters. And through that, they can get health advice right there in the moment. And if somebody is probable positive, we can get them out and into isolation, get them tested. The second key strategy, which goes beyond the CDC guidance. The CDC guidance set out that guidance around isolation units for people who are sick, and we put that in place. Our second strategy was to establish what we have been calling kind of protective units. And here we have really lent on the guidance of our public health colleagues, and in particular our epidemiologists through the Healthcare for the Homeless team, to consider two types of risk and where they intersect. The first is situational risk. What are the settings in which the transmission of COVID-19 is most likely to occur and impact people experiencing homelessness? The second is the individual risk. Who are the individuals whose health would be most compromised by COVID-19? And there, of course, as we've all been following, the priorities have really been around people aged 60 and above who are immunocompromised or have other underlying health conditions. So with that public health lens, we set about identifying first 300-ish people that from a public health perspective needed to be isolated. This really almost 99% of whom came out of our shelter system, out of our largest congregate settings where it was felt that there was an extremely high risk of transmission. And for somebody who is 70 plus and with serious health conditions, the difference between sleeping in your own unit or sleeping in a room with 100 other people can be a matter of life and death at this time. So we moved in about a week and a half that followed that initial state of emergency, a couple of hundred people out, and we are now at about 300 people in those we are currently establishing 2 more hotels, another hotel for isolation of positive and probable cases. We have capacity in our existing sites there, but we want to make sure we stay ahead of the curve on this and we retain capacity. We are also adding further sites that will allow us not only to get more high-risk people out of shelter, but deconcentrate our shelters more fully. Already, we are operating somewhere in the region of 200 beds below our normal capacity in shelter as we make accommodations to allow for greater social distancing and 24/7 operating. This will allow us to complete that process and get our highest volume shelters down to manageable numbers where they can spread out around the building. I mentioned 3 strategies. The 2 are the most prominent because they've involved bringing online those hotel units, which collectively now there was another authorization of county dollars yesterday, which brought us to, I believe, $7 million towards the leasing of hotel units, with a total possible capacity of around 750 people across 600 units. Our third strategy has really been to reinforce the frontline services that are not only having to deal with the new challenges posed by COVID-19 from a health perspective, but also the changes that it has wrought to their working environment, to their workforce. So as these non-profit partners who are delivering shelter, drop-in outreach services face staff shortages, supply shortages, they can't use the volunteer programs they had, all of their meal arrangements have been disrupted, cost overruns. How do we enable them to continue doing the vital life-saving work that they do in this new environment? To that end, between the city and the county, we quickly issued about $327,000 to pay for extra staffing and cleaning in all of these spaces. So as we brought down numbers in shelter, we put more money in, and that was on top of this year, the Hennepin County Board had already approved an increase in the ongoing budget for shelters, $1.1 million, specifically intended to improve conditions, lower barriers, get more staff in, get more training in, and provide a better service to our residents. In addition, outreach, the front line working with folks who are on the streets and many of the unsheltered folks. We still see people move between those 2 settings. We still see about 10 new people seek shelter each day, often coming from the streets. And we do see, as we always have done, people moving in the other direction. And we need to provide services in both settings. So So working through nonprofit partners, with our Healthcare for the Homeless team embedded alongside them, meeting people where they're at in the streets, in other unsheltered settings, to provide them with hygiene kits. We've just been arranging with the city and with MPD to get a lot more water out there, and then critically working with Downtown Improvement District, with themselves, with the City of Minneapolis to get these hand washing sanitation sites set up so that people can access those during this time. Just before I pause and happy to discuss any aspects of this, something that I heard yesterday, which both helped me focus and step away from the true crisis management for just 1 second, is our goal with homelessness is always to get people out of homelessness. And in the days from March 18 to April 17, so really in the thick of the craziness and the crisis response, our community housed 31 people who had been homeless, who met the chronic definition of homelessness, which meant they've been homeless at least a year. And we are talking individuals who are 5, 6, 7, 8 years on the streets in our shelters with disabilities. And we were housing at a rate of 1 a day into permanent housing while this crisis was going on. So I want to lift that up in every time I'm talking about this issue, to keep our eyes on the real goal, which is getting people out of homelessness. And housing is the true risk mitigation. With that, I would like to pause. I'd like to thank you again for your partnership. I'd like to thank you for the news that Superintendent Bangura just shared of those new stations coming online, providing more facilities for people, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, I still have the question about Phillips. So could you address that, or could someone else?
Sure. I think what I can do, President Coghill, Commissioner Meyer, one of the things we've talked about, and I know Dave and I have talked about this, is that the PCC, we work with our partners. One of the reasons why I explained earlier on with our partnership that we go across the city is that we respond to a need, and if there is like OEM or our health department or anybody asks the question what the need is to the city, and we have to respond, we respond. We are not experts in, nor do we have the skill, nor the, can we do a shelter for anyone. We can't do it. The park board and our staff are not the experts or skilled in that. One of the things that we talked about that Commissioner or Director Hewitt can say is that even if we initiate PCC and said PCC would be a location, and we were asked by all of our partners on the question that we need to have this particular facility, which we have not been. If we were asked, not only would we have to look at the funds, but we'd have to look at the all of the agencies that would have to do the work in order to implement that that activation. And my understanding from Director Hewitt that at this time there is not the resources or the people that can go and even do that work. We don't have that. It doesn't exist. And again, he can step up and he can talk about this. But we're not the experts in this. We are Park and Recreation, and so we work with our partners. And how we partner with them is the question when they ask us, how can we move or do this directive that's being asked by OEM, by the health department, whoever, to actually implement the needs that we then respond to. And one of the reasons why I think I asked Director Hewitt to be here was to kind of give some background behind that and context of how we partner and what it means to open up a particular facility and his experience so far as he's been dealing with it, and even if there's a need. So I would turn over to Director Hewitt to kind of give some background around that.
Absolutely, thank you. This is, a critical question. I mean, I appreciate the thought that goes into the initial proposal as well. So it is hard to overstate the extent to which our system, our staff, across our nonprofit community and the county indeed, are being stretched and taxed like never before by this crisis. We did just 2 weeks ago, actually, as I think a very pertinent example of this, as we were seeking to leave absolutely no stone unturned, we identified a potential building close to an area where there was a lot of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So we started reaching out to potential partners, those who have expertise, experience in delivering shelters, delivering day services, to pose to them, if we've got a building, if we've got the money, can you come in and deliver this service? And I spoke to 6 of our most prominent nonprofits who in normal times are exactly the kind of agencies that will step into these kind of spaces at a day's notice to make things happen. And each one of them said, at this time, we could not deploy staff based on what we are seeing in our frontline services, that we are already down-staffed, that we are also wary of what comes next with this crisis in terms of staff getting sick and positive cases, that we do not feel able to expand into those additional sites. I mentioned earlier that we are standing up 2 additional hotels, one for isolation, one for protection. The isolation very much following the CDC guidance, the protection going beyond it, but with guidance of our own public health folks as to what we should be prioritizing. We are knitting together staffing from multiple agencies to make that work. In the one case where we are deconcentrating the 2 largest shelters, it is going to be a collaboration of Catholic Charities and Salvation Army, because both of them have said, we cannot do this on our own. We cannot set up a new service on our own. On the family side, I've just come off a call earlier today with People Serving People, Haven Housing, and Beacon Interfaith, because we are stitching these things together. To stand up the sites that Hennepin County is already running, we have utilized volunteers from across the county, from across various services, not people from the world of homelessness and housing, but who have stepped forward, more than 200, I believe, at this point, to help us cover the shifts there. And we do have a request in for assistance with the state for personnel resources, because sustaining the current level of service is a real challenge. So to the point made by the superintendent, we want to keep every option on the table and explore every option where we can better meet folks' needs. But it is really critical to recognize that in this environment, we do not have the service providers that can step in and deliver across multiple locations in the way that perhaps under normal circumstances would be possible.
Thank you for that, and thank you for expanding the new sites. I hope that we continue to do as much as we can to address homelessness, and I'd appreciate it if staff would put something together for us to respond to the people who have been contacting us about different locations, including Phillips. My last thing I wanted to talk about was the parkways, and on your slide, you said that they're going to return back to vehicles on May 4th. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to note that the resolution that we passed on April 6th superseded the one that we passed on April 1st. So you have the authority to extend those openings to pedestrians until June 7th. And for places where it's working and where there's the support of the president of the board and the district commissioner, as the resolution requires, I think that you should continue those. And it'll depend on different circumstances for each one. I mean, for some of them, there may be a need to open up vehicle access earlier than others. But I think if you revert all of them to vehicle access and remove the expanded pedestrian space that we had provided for people to socially distance, you're going to get a lot of public resistance to that. So I would urge you to extend whatever spaces are working well for longer than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cofield. My signal dropped for a little bit, so I don't know if someone asked this question, but I wanted to ask the superintendent, based on the current ambassador program and the signs that have been provided, do you think that we still need to close the courts and the fields?
It is something, yes. I mean, it is something that we're, no question. I know the Minnesota Department, or the Minneapolis Department of Health, or Health Department, has recommended that. They've had to close the hoops. We are noticing that that is a consistent problem. We do have, and it's going to get warmer, and the more people will be coming out and using our park system. So it is something that I am now looking at and considering. It is a real concern. And so our fields, our basketball courts, our playgrounds, our tennis courts, it is a concern, yes.
Thank you. I'm no golfer, so I have a question about something you said. Walking only means no carts, right?
Right.
Okay, so no one's using any golf carts, no matter what kind of access they need or anything. Everyone is walking on the golf courses.
Correct. Unless it's staff that are singly sitting, our staff could be in a cart if they're by themselves, but yes.
Okay. Have we, put up social distancing rules on the golf courses, or have something in the parking lot to let golfers know, try to not make as much contact as possible, or has there been anything happening to kind of just give golfers an overview? I mean, most people know what's going on, but just wondering if we've done anything.
Yeah, in fact, if I don't know if Director Humphrey's on right now, or I know Director Kalb is here, so they can give some specifics around that. Mimi, would you like to step in, please, and give some background?
Sure.
Thank you.
President Cogill and Commissioner Vita, they are expecting the carts to be delivered any day, and they will begin using them a few days later. The rule with the cart is single person only, or if it's two people from the same family.
Okay.
And as far as signage, they've I'm not sure about the signage at the courses, but they have staff who are, meeting people at the parking lot, where all of their payments are done via cell phone with somebody inside the building by themselves, doing processing the credit card, and trying to think what else. They are encouraging social distancing while they're walking out on the greens and the field. They're sanitizing things immediately after, like the carts or, any other equipment that's being touched by players, frequently. So they have a good, I don't have the list in front of me, but they have a good process in place. It was very well thought out. They researched best practices at other courses that were already opened and opening, and so we can follow back up with, I know there's a press release that lists all of the criteria that the golfers need to expect, and I'll make sure and get that sent out to the commissioner. Sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, but.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. And then also to Commissioner French's point, I am very worried about the Team Teamworks program. I just wanted to say, as the chair of the legislative committee, if there's anything that I can do to help with that, I like his idea of maybe pushing the program into the fall so that we can get young people out working. And, if we need to write letters or send emails to folks to make sure that we use that money, the sooner the better we know what we need to do would be great. I think that's it for me.
And Commissioner Vita, yeah, they're open to different ideas. So when we did contact, we did reach out, and when Pamela was working with them, they're open to ideas. And so that was the email that was sent to us, and I think that is an absolute option. So we will work on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Commissioner Bourne, followed by Forney.
Thank you, President Cogill, and thank you for the report, Superintendent. I'm excited about the where we're stepping up to provide some resources to those that are experiencing homelessness. I would just like to maybe challenge us, though. I still don't think we're spending enough time on this, and I think that there's more that we can be doing if we're thinking creatively from a partner standpoint. And is Mr. Hewitt still on the line?
Yes, speaking, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Hewitt, I think I heard you say that even if a facility was open, there aren't the human beings that exist at any nonprofit or any service provider to run them right now. Am I hearing that right?
Correct, yes, and that's a challenge that we are speaking regularly with the state and other partners about, and how do we bring more resources to bear. Of course, it is more than simply a question of bodies. We are looking for people who have the experience, the skill set. We are looking at ways that we can accelerate the way people gaining experience and skill sets, and where can we leverage training, technical assistance, how can we deploy the people that we do have in the most efficient way. For instance, as we've stood up the isolation and the protective sites, we have lent heavily on a small team with a lot of expertise within Hennepin County, but we have brought in folks from across other departments. But it is an incredible strain, and standing up these services is an incredible strain, and we are stretching our experienced service delivery folks very thin from both government and the nonprofit sector.
But the financial resources exist if there were people that could be trained in a short order, if there were people, like those financial resources exist to pay. It's like any other employment shortage. Like the money exists to hire them. We don't have the qualified people to step into those roles. Am I hearing that right?
That is correct. I suppose the only, I mean, there's the nature of this crisis is that it requires such an urgent response, and we need to be very strategic, and we need to prioritize, and we need to put our resources where they will bring down risk for those who are at greatest risk and do so most effectively. As we look at how we might bring in people, there is financial support coming in from the federal and state government in the form of reimbursements for various things, different kinds of funding streams. I will say that as Hennepin County, our burn rate is pretty alarming out of our contingency fund and our general fund, and then we are working towards reimbursement on the back end. So I don't want to create the impression of a blank check out there for this work, but yes, I mean, as I said, just yesterday we authorized a further $4 million. We are putting the finances in place that we need to stand things up, but that constrains on personnel, and especially experienced personnel who are skilled at working within this environment with the population in a way that secures everyone's safety and dignity, because that's one of the critical things when we're standing up any kind of service. We need to stand it up in a way that is safe and supportive of anybody that might access it.
So I don't think that there's a blank check anywhere either, but what I do see, and the superintendent just presented a slide that talked about what will likely be hundreds of our Code 8 employees that we will not be hiring this year, that have maybe not the exact same skill set, but a pretty transferable set of skills. I think it said something like 75% of them have lived in Minneapolis. They have worked for the Minneapolis Park Board, a municipal public authority that as rec center employees every day and working with people in homeless populations as they come through our parks every day. And it looks like a lot of them have worked for us for more than 5 years. And I would think with pretty short order, that might be a readily available pool of folks that were expecting jobs this year that in and around the city of Minneapolis and in and around many of our parks that are getting the bad news that they're not going to have jobs, and could, with some augmented training, I think very quickly be up to speed to doing the type of work that you're talking about that is highly skilled. These folks are also highly skilled, just in a couple of degrees difference. And then and then we might be able to use some more of our infrastructure spaces then too, because that would add the experience of these folks who know our infrastructure. And it's just really hard to have showers and toilets and sinks that are shuttered and people living in tents without showers, toilets, and sinks. And so I'm not even advocating that we open these centers up as shelters, but before we closed down our centers, there were people that relied on a public bathroom to use the bathroom and then go on their way. And we had highly skilled staff that would clean those bathrooms on a regular basis and keep them sanitary. And by us shuttering all of these centers, there's not a whole lot of public places open that somebody living in a tent can go wash their hands today. And I just don't think we're doing enough on there. I'm not advocating that we open up our 50 rec centers as shelters, but the public bathrooms have always been open to members of the homeless and highly mobile community, except for right now. And so I'm just concerned about the risk that we're putting them in, and I would encourage our staff and I would encourage my colleagues to look at what it would take to open up more public bathrooms for folks, not having public, even for our non-homeless population, not having access to wash your hands. The public sinks throughout history have been what has driven down contagious diseases. And so I feel like our strategy, I understand it, but I'd encourage us to look at a few other areas. But I appreciate the work that we have been doing. Superintendent, it would be great if you could work with Mr. Hewitt and see, we've got a lot of highly skilled folks that are gonna be finding out soon that they won't have a job this summer that they were counting on, that could be doing some really good work for the people in Minneapolis. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Our next speaker is Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Bourne, and President Cogill. And I want to make a big shout out to David. Thank you so much for that really in-depth understanding of all the actions that you're taking, and just really proud of the fact that we are able to partnership with you in whatever way. And please, I hope that you can look to us for the future for more assistance and collaboration. So I guess that, I just want to respond to number one, the presentation that the superintendent gave, and I, like Commissioner Musich, agree that I'm very, very proud of your collaboration that you've done with Hennepin County, with the schools, with the city of Minneapolis, and I'm sure many other entities and everything. Thank you. One of the things I've been kind of bragging to people is our responsiveness, and thank you very much for doing all that. In addressing some of the things that you brought up, I think that what I hear a great deal about is that people are still not understanding the use of our parkways. It's counterintuitive that you put the bikes in between the pedestrians. And so I really feel that we need to have something far, far more graphic to demonstrate, to everybody that, the pedestrians are for the road bed, I guess is the best way to say it. I have been going around in my walks or whatever and doing little stick figures of a bike with a big X through it and everything. Please, can we get some, whatever it's called, steel, chalk, paint, anything to get those onto our road beds, because I'm very serious. I do not want a tragedy of, I knew Betty Melkerson, and that's what caused our two-path system and everything. When she was killed by a bicyclist, hitting her, striking her when she went around Lake Erie. So please, 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 if we can be much, much more, bolder as far as stating, this is, what each one of these various paths are for. I think it's really, really essential. I also think that I agree with Commissioner Meyer that you have been given the authority through June 7th. I would like you to state right now that our parkways are going to stay the same through June 7th. All of us know that we are going into some of the loveliest weather that Minnesota knows. And this is like the perfect storm. As this pandemic is rising, so is the weather. And to take away the one thing that we can provide, physical social distancing, I just feel we need to take a lead. People are looking to us for it. People are appreciative of what we have provided. And this is what we have. This is the gift that we have, and that we should be really utilizing that. So I would like you to, I encourage you, please take that lead on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney, if you could wrap up your comments, you've gone over the 3-minute allotted time. I'm trying to be consistent.
I'll get the rest of it. I'll say that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Vita for the second time for a minute. Vice President Vita, did you have your hand raised?
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Vice President, you're coming in a little bit thin. There's some buffering going on here.
I just had a question for Mr.
We can't understand you.
Vice President Vita, looks like we lost you here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yep.
Okay. My question was for Mr. Hewitt. I wanted to ask him if he thought that it would make sense to have us use have public use the bathroom, or could this worsen the situation that we're in with COVID-19? Is there any research that shows that having the park bathrooms open to the public, that would?
Yeah.
So I think that was the question directed to myself, sorry?
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I should say first off, and I've been having to say this in a lot of meetings and discussions lately, I'm not a public health expert. I'm leaning very heavily on my colleagues who are for what is the right kind of response. So I would be looking on a case-by-case basis, but of course, it's critical at a time like this for people to be able to access basic hygiene and sanitation, and I'm really glad for the work that we've already done with Superintendent Bangor and his team around getting some of those sites set up in the most critical areas. So it's certainly something we need to keep exploring, keep looking at, because hygiene is critical at this time. Like I say, I would need I don't want to speak as an authority on the research around this, because I definitely am not. And as we all are, kind of learning as we go, and all of us do our best to help folks manage risk through this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt and Vice President Vita. Commissioner French, were you hoping to speak?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mr. Hewitt, I didn't get a chance, he wasn't available for questioning when I was speaking.
Yeah, for the second time, you're welcome to speak.
Mr. Hewitt, what's your job title again?
I'm the director of the Office to End Homelessness for Hennepin County.
Okay. I heard your presentation. What I'm really worried about right now, and I know you said you're not an expert on this, is our staff coming into interaction with folks who are unsheltered. I am one of the biggest proponents for solving our homeless and unsheltered issue, but I also am a big proponent of making sure our staff are safe. And what type of risk are we putting our staff at by opening up our parks to this? Like, how much risk is that? Like, what do you think?
Okay. Let me try and respond in two ways. I mean, one thing I want to say first and foremost, which is perhaps stating the obvious, but with COVID-19 in community transmission, the risk is there whenever we're in close proximity to any other person. And we manage that, as has already been stated, I would say, through social distancing, through the measures that we've been learning around regular hand washing. That does not change based on a person's housing status. So I do want to put that out there. However, I do also want to recognize a risk that I think that you are kind of driving towards, which is that Well, speaking of somebody, in actual fact, the last time I presented to this board was during the Lake Hiawatha encampment. So generally not a good thing if I'm speaking to you all, I'm afraid. And at the time, we saw the incredible health and safety risks that come from large encampments, even pre-COVID-19. The health and safety risks that emerge within that setting, most especially for the people staying within them. So on an individual personal level, my perspective is it's no different. There's no greater elevated, there's no difference in the way that we interact with other people depending on their housing status, but I do want to recognize that encampments themselves pose risks in the best of times.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Goodall.
Thank you, Commissioner French.
President Kogel, for allowing me to address it.
Certainly. For the second time, Commissioner Bourne, followed by Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Kogel. Just really briefly, Superintendent, and to the parkways, I want to thank you for doing your best to make safe decisions. I know as weather turns up, as you point out, the Chain of Lakes is only behind the Mall of America in terms of attendance, and we may want to look at, we know that Florida is having conversations about whether it's a good idea or a bad idea to open and close beaches, and the beaches of Florida are a gift to everyone there too. So I just want to be careful about not creating a party atmosphere. And I mean, to that end, President Kogel, you and I have had conversations about this too. And, even open streets COVID-19 is almost a little bit of a reckless statement. It's almost kind of conflating two different things. I mean, we want to make sure the folks are safe. And equating pedestrian access with open streets might be a little bit reckless because they're two very different things. But another question for Mr. Hewitt, if you could just talk a little bit about the difference in strategies for downtown Minneapolis versus other parts of the city. I know that DID has some private funds that they're using there, and there's some dedicated homeless outreach in downtown, and I'm just wondering if you could talk to the differences around downtown and other parts of the city.
Certainly. I mean, it is primarily, and you've already named kind of one of the key partners there, that we have different agencies and different entities operating in different parts of the city. The strategy itself of outreach, engagement, meet people where they're at, educate them on COVID-19 and how to stay safe. If they are displaying symptoms, connect them through the Healthcare for the Homeless triage line to testing if needed and isolation if needed, remain the same. It is the Downtown Improvement District that have really led the way in terms of getting the hygiene sanitation stations online in the downtown area, whereas the parks and the city of Minneapolis have taken the lead outside of the downtown area. We as Hennepin County have actually opened up our restrooms at the South Service Center by Lake Hiawatha as well as part of that effort. In terms of outreach itself, St. Stephen's Human Services is the principal outreach under contract with the city of Minneapolis and working in partnership with my office. They do have a citywide remit, so not just for the downtown area. So they do go out and meet people where they're at in those other locations around the city as well, connect them to services where they can, and critically during this time, just do anything they can to help bring down risk, educate people on behaviors, and connect them to that Healthcare for the Homeless service wherever needed.
Are there any encampments downtown?
So we define an encampment actually as an individual with any kind of structure. We consider an encampment. So I would say yes, but I think that in the public consciousness, we tend to be talking more of it requires something of a greater magnitude, perhaps, to rise to people's attention in that way. The two most prominent encampments currently within Minneapolis are outside of downtown. They are they're very much part of the daily engagement routine of outreach workers and services.
Thank you.
I think my time is up, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne, and I encourage all commissioners to, it sounds like there's substantial interest in our response on homelessness. I'm happy to convene conversations, and I encourage commissioners to reach out to staff to follow up on additional questions. that they may have through the superintendent. For the second time, Commissioner Forney, for a minute.
Thank you. Yes, my last question was actually, it sounded like in your report, Superintendent Bangora, that you kind of indicated how many people have been using our parks, that some were busier, more visited and everything. Do we have a rough understanding of how they compare, let's say, to Three Rivers, to St. Paul, and how do they compare to last year? And I'm saying that because I suspect that our out-of-state visitors are no longer. And so I would be interested in knowing some of those observations. That's it. Thank you.
President Colville, Commissioner Forney, yes, I can get information on that. I don't have the numbers right now with our Three Rivers or St. Paul, but I can ask that question and look at the numbers and do comparatives, and then also look back at last year. But our numbers that we have currently now is being data driven, and I will look into that and see if I can get more information around that.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm seeing no other hands raised. Appreciate the report. Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. Thank you to our guest, Mr. Hewitt, for coming here and thinking deeply with our staff on how to best use the resources that we do have, infrastructure that we do have to respond to this issue. I'm glad very much to hear that Logan Park and PV are being now recommended for some additional hygiene station services, and look forward to the next steps on that soon. I think that is very welcome for those communities, and also want to commend the district commissioners for their advocacy on that, both Commissioner Meyer in his district and Commissioner Hassan in his district. With that, I'll move on here to the next discussion item, which is really just a precursor to the resolution that's coming forward. So that's this budget discussion. I'll turn it over to Director Wiseman to give us another update on what we're seeing as the financial landscape given the coronavirus pandemic. Turn it over to her.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. It looks like on the screen here at the board we have the presentation, but I'm not seeing it on the screen share.
So I will ask just to promote order to President Coghill. In my presentation, I go over the resolution that comes after me, point by point. So I'm not sure if when we open it up to questions, if you need to move that resolution for commissioners to be able to ask direct questions on that resolution.
Certainly, if there's no objection from commissioners, it may make sense for us to move to resolution item 9.8.1.
President Coghill, your mic was off.
Oh,
could you repeat that?
Certainly. Can folks hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. I'm asking if there's no objection from commissioners. I would ask that we could move on to resolution 2020-190, so that we can move the resolution and then hear the overview of the resolution from Director Wiseman. Is there any objection to that? Objection. Hearing none, I will move to resolution 2020-190. I'll ask for somebody to move that resolution. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move resolution 2020-190, a resolution approving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board budget framework to respond to financial impacts of the coronavirus pandemic.
The resolution has been moved. The resolution has been moved and seconded. I will now turn it over to Director Wiseman to give us a presentation, and then we can move into questions and discussion.
All right, thank you. If you can advance the slide, please. So I received a copy of this chart from the City of Minneapolis. The City of Minneapolis Budget Office created this chart. And just as we have talked about the coronavirus pandemic and flattening the curve around the health crisis to allow our medical community to prepare for the surge in coronavirus, we also are looking at the financial impact of the coronavirus pandemic. You'll see on the left access financial resources, and as those financial resources decline out through the duration of the downturn, which we at this point don't know how long that duration will last, we have to put in measures, and the timing of those measures become very important because the sooner you can put in the measures, then we start to flatten the financial curve around losing those resources. And if we don't do those measures, then we will experience a much deeper service level reduction and much deeper workforce reductions in a quicker amount of time if we're not able to put those measures in place and enact them quickly. So with the next slide, please. So I want to remind commissioners about the presentation that I gave on April 1st. This is a slide that came directly out of that presentation. At that point, we were estimating that we were losing between $1.2 million and $2.2 million per month in our general and enterprise funds. And I outlined expense reduction options that we were beginning to explore and prioritize. And there's the bulleted list there with personnel costs being at the bottom of that list purposely, as we really want to address our financial impacts as much as possible before we would have to get into personnel costs. The next slide. So before you is Resolution 2020-190. It's a draft budget framework that I have put together with the superintendent and the executive team. It is based on current predictions by the Minnesota Department of Health that is saying the epidemic peak could occur in early July, and public health and safety measures, including social distancing, will need to be in place well into July and August. And it is addressing the economic impacts resulting from this health crisis, and we are expecting that these economic impacts will be felt long after the health crisis subsides. The next slide. The budget framework is developed to weather the current financial crisis and prepare for the future of the MPRB. We have taken a staged approach with stage 1 already implemented. Stage 2 has begun to be implemented and will be fully implemented in the coming weeks. Stage 1 and stage 2 will remain in effect through December 31st, 2020. And then stage 3 is really around our budget development and our financial planning. And that is going to be implemented if the state enters into an extended economic recession, which all indications at this point is pointing in that direction. The next slide. So stage 1 is social distancing requirements, the stay-at-home order, closures, cancellations of buildings, events, and programs, and aspects of our service delivery have been placed on hold. This stage was initiated on April 3rd of 2020, and it was around taking immediate action to reduce our costs. We put in place a hiring freeze, or the superintendent enacted a hiring freeze of appointed and certified civil service and provisional employees, both part-time and full-time. Only exceptions to this hiring freeze needs to be approved by the division head, the superintendent, and is done through an executive team conversation. We have also implemented a spending freeze where only critical purchases should be made. I appreciated Commissioner Bourne's conversation around the professional services agreements that were on the agenda for this evening, and I would like to just express that those are the exact conversations that are going on a daily basis here within our department and with our executive leadership, where we are looking at each and every purchase and determining whether it is something that is essential, is it something that is part of what we are currently able to provide, or is it preparing us for what we will be able to provide in the near future. We also have put in training and travel freezes, which only required training will be conducted in 2020, and there is no out-of-town authorized travel for the rest of this year. So the next stage is stage 2. We are looking at social distancing requirements, modified building, event and program uses and offerings, aspects of service delivery on hold or modified. We want to position the MPRB for the possibility for rapid restoration of service delivery. So if this stage is beginning to be implementing where allowable through the superintendent authority, and if approved by the board, additional items will be completed in the coming week. This is needing to be implemented because we've had the extension of the stay-at-home order and the current predictions by the Minnesota Department of Health that the epidemic peak will occur in early July, which will anticipate further extended length of social distancing requirements. But we, again, want to position ourselves for the possibility of a rapid restoration and service delivery when and if that is allowed to happen. Sorry, my light went out. Next slide, please. So we are looking at modifying our revenue estimates as programs and services are reestablished and assistance become known. So there is a work group that is working on modifying programs and services. You heard Director Olson talk about identifying those programs that could be offered virtually, or those programs that can happen and not violate social distancing requirements. And we are looking to what those areas are. We also are looking to identify and apply for state and federal relief when and if that becomes available to local governments. And then number 2, we're determining the appropriate level of fund balance that should be used to offset the loss in revenue. Again, I talked about that we have this emergency reserve and fund balance. This, again, is an emergency and an appropriate use of that fund balance. But I just want to remind commissioners that we are just entering the storm season, and I want to make sure that we are allowing for any emergency storm cleanup that we might experience in 2020. So my goal is to not use all of our emergency fund balance for this particular emergency, but that we do our best to to provide some reserves if another emergency presented itself. We are looking to identify and return general fund one-time fund balance authorizations back to the excess fund balance. I will be bringing a resolution forward in the coming weeks to provide that direction. The next slide. Number 3 is determining internal loan repayments and transfers that can be canceled or delayed. Identifying both general and enterprise fund internal loan repayments to defer and extend the back pay period. So an example of that would be the internal loan that we did out of the self-insurance fund for the Minnehaha Minnehaha Pavilion renovations that we are paying back out of the enterprise fund. We would not do that transfer in 2020, and it would extend the payback period by 1 year. Identifying general fund internal loans to cancel, reducing the amounts available for that program impacted. So an example of that would be the transfer that we do for the Park Land Purchase Reserve Fund out of the general fund, where we are placing money in a fund for riverfront land acquisition. We would not do that transfer in 2020, and it would just reduce the amount of money we have available for land purchases. Then number 4, we would determine capital and rehabilitation projects that can be delayed or realigned. We are identifying enterprise fund capital and rehabilitation projects to be delayed. As you know, in the enterprise fund, we do use some current year net income to do capital and rehab projects. And if we do not have net income, we need to delay those projects. We're considering a realignment of the MPP 20 CIP, Capital Improvement Program, for the years 2020 and 2021 towards rehabilitation versus capital in year 2020. Again, that would require board action, and we would expect to bring something before the board the first meeting in May to talk about and consider this item. And then also we're looking at the operations and maintenance lottery in lieu of excess fund balance to fund current year general fund operations. And we would, again, identify those dollars and come to the board requesting a shift out of capital, regional capital, into the general fund for that. The next page. And then number 5, finally, is take action to reduce personnel costs. So all of the items that I identified in step 1 and so far in step 2 are all of the items that that I had identified on that previous slide for being implemented prior to reducing personnel costs. We are now in a situation that we still have some financial impact, and so these are the items that we are now taking a look at as far as taking an action to reduce personnel costs. The first one is a wage freeze for all full-time and part-time certified employees, and this is an item that the city of Minneapolis has already started to work on for both 2020 and 2021, and have begun discussions with both city staff as well as the unions for a wage freeze. Item B is inactivation of provisional employees who do not have work assignments in the current service model. So this item is really about employee management and not having available work. So we have employees who have now used their COVID-19 pay, and they've also used their available sick and safe time based on the pandemic policy. And what this does is it inactivates those employees, puts them on a layoff status, and allows the employees to apply for unemployment benefits. And then finally, C, budgetary leave enacted for voluntary unpaid leave by appointed and certified civil service employees. The next slide. Stage 3, again, is if an economic recession and using our budget development and financial planning to redefine service delivery. This stage will be implemented if the state enters into an extended economic recession. Board actions will be sought to implement these items as required. We will begin our 2021 budget discussions on May 13th at a budget retreat, and we will also be providing these 2020 updates more regularly and bringing to the board, if it is necessary, to get a revised budget for 2020, as well as planning for our process around the 2021 annual budget. So now I'm going to go into the status of our financial situation. So if you go to the next slide. And I'm also going to start to indicate how these implemented strategies are changing our projections and our numbers. So again, the last time I presented financial information to this board was on April 1st. And of course, with everything COVID-19 related, things shift and change throughout. So first of all, what I would like to show you is this is a new format from what I have showed you previously. This is a similar format to the quarterly financial status reports that we provide to the board. So this is the format that I will be using with this board from this point forward. What it does is it provides you the 2019 information, and then it shows you our current budget for 2020, the actuals at this point through March 31st, and then a projected year end for both revenue and expenses. So the first line item I need to talk about, I'm going to talk about changes to these numbers as related to the April 1st presentation that I did to this board. So on the April 1st presentation, you'll remember that I talked about a $7.2 million loss in revenue for the park board. As you look at this chart, our property taxes are going down more significantly than what we had originally estimated on April 1st. In conversation with the city of Minneapolis and the way that they are projecting property taxes, they are estimating that the Hennepin County property tax collection rate could be as low as 95% in 2020. As some of you may know or have heard, Hennepin County has delayed the first half property tax payments that aren't escrowed, and people can delay their payment up to July 15th without receiving any penalties and interest. What that does is it delays the first half payment of property taxes from Hennepin County to the city of Minneapolis and the park board. They are saying that the first half taxes will be sent to the city and the park board by the end of July. So we will not have an indication of where our property taxes will ultimately end up until as late as the end of July. So right now I am estimating that at 95%, which is an additional $2 million of revenue loss than what I had projected in April, on April 1st. And then the 7.2 million is in the fees, fines, and other revenues. So you'll see that reduction from 11.8 million is our current budget, and we're projecting a 4.5 million in revenues being receipted by year end. Again, that number will continue to change as we identify programs and services that can be offered and can generate revenue. That amount should increase over time, but at this point, we do not have that data to start increasing that at this point. Disaster relief, I have added a line for that. As expenses come in, right now we're being very conservative on what may or may not become available for disaster relief. So we will start showing that number as well. So that's on the revenue side. On expenses for the general fund, you'll see that we're starting to reduce our projected year end. So in wages and fringe, that reduction is about 2.6 million, and that is based on the hiring freeze for certified and provisional employees. So that's the hiring freeze. It does not include any estimate for the inactivation of the provisional employees. So at this point, I have not included that in those projections. Material and supplies, contractual services, and capital outlay are being reduced by about $1.3 million. So that's a combination of the savings associated with not being able to offer programs and services, as well as spending freeze items that we have been able to identify and reflect those savings. And then under transfers, has been reduced by the general fund loan repayments, internal loan repayments, and transfers. I have placed that in the estimate. It is something that the superintendent, with the president's approval, can put in place immediately. We would bring it to the board to certify this as the superintendent's emergency authority has an expiration date. So what that does is reduce our expenses by over $4.7 million. And that includes all the items that we had identified prior to the impact on staff. So the things that aren't included in this that are in stage 2 is anything to do with the wage freeze, because there would need to be board action and union negotiations around that. The general fund balance authorities, that would need to go to the board. And then inactivating of provisional employees and budgetary leave, we do not have, those haven't been addressed at the point of here, but they would start to show up in future projections. That leaves us with a deficit of 5.2 million. Our unaudited fund balance is 4.3 million. So we are still in a negative position at this point, and that is largely based on the property tax collection rate going from 90% 8% down to 95% in these projections. So now if we jump over to the enterprise fund, again, this is in the same sort of format as your quarterly financial status report. So they are by functional area, with golf being first. We are excited that we're able to open up our golf courses and get people out onto the golf courses. One thing that I will highlight, we are still projecting a loss of over $3.7 million in golf. That's largely due to the clubhouses being closed and our inability to rent those spaces for events and weddings. It is a large part of the revenue associated with golf. Use and event permitting, we're still being very conservative on what we have there. You'll see that we're just projecting the revenue as it has come in, and unless we are able to permit use and events, that revenue, potentially would change over time. In concessions, I know that we are projecting some revenue coming into concessions. We're working with our concessionaires to try to get them open for takeout. Director Olson is here, to talk about that if need be. So we are estimating revenue coming in for that. Parking, they are currently showing parking as not meeting its current budget estimates on the revenue side. This is one that I'm hopeful we might be able to adjust upward. It's just we don't have enough experience yet with the pandemic and the impact to parking, understanding that a lot of our parking revenue comes from large events, around the city as well. And so with those events not happening and those sporting events not happening, we are experiencing an impact with our revenue in parking. Ice arenas, of course, with social distancing, and we haven't been able to operate our ice arenas, so that will be adjusted as we can. And then, of course, the sculpture garden. And go to the next slide. So currently, for 2020, on our operating side, we are expecting a loss of about $3.5 million. We have debt service requirements. We have improvements. You'll see the improvements have been decreased by about $750,000 as we start to look at what improvements can be delayed till this passes. Our MERP payment is not something we have a choice on, and our debt service is something that we have to pay. So in our enterprise fund, we are still showing a $5.5 million deficit. We have an unaudited fund balance of $4.1 million. So that leaves a $1.4 million gap at this point. So that's the end of my presentation, and I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I have Commissioner Bourne, followed by Vice President Vita. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Director Wiseman, I do have two questions. If you could go back to the general fund balances as of today's year out. I think that's, yeah. I'm seeing that there's only like a $500,000 reduction in contractual services. Am I looking at that right versus end of year 2019 through end of year 2020, or projected 2020? Am I looking at that right?
It is a $600,000 decrease, so you would look at the current budget of 18.6 million and the current projection of 18 million.
Got it. So really, like, the difference between actual 2019 and projected 2020 is pretty close. I guess I'm wondering, there's not a whole lot of change. There's not a whole lot of change there when I'm looking at. I guess I'm not comparing apples to oranges here, but so I'll try to be fair with that. I guess I'd encourage us to look a little bit deeper into contractual services still. I don't need to ask questions around it. And then Director Wiseman, I had a question about the property tax delays. You said payments are delayed from the county to both the city and the park board. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if I remember, you've given us slides in the past before. Can you talk about the difference in property tax reliance between the city and the park board? What percentage of property taxes make up our budget versus the city's?
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne, the Park Board's general fund budget is 75% property taxes. On the City of Minneapolis side, I think it's around 45%. So we are much more heavily reliant on property taxes than the City of Minneapolis.
And then we're also, the fees that we have are more recreational-based fees for things that people aren't going to be going out and recreating on, while city fees are, people are still going to be doing rental licenses, and I'm assuming there'll be less tickets, but the city has a lot more administrative fees than we do. Is that right?
Commissioner Colgill and President Bourne.
Other way around.
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne. I attended the BET meeting today prior to this, and Mark Ruff, the city coordinator, gave a little update on the City of Minneapolis. And they are experiencing revenue losses to a very heavy extent throughout the whole enterprise. Parking, sales tax, just everywhere as well. He referenced that their revenue losses are a little less than 10% of the city's overall budget. Our revenue loss that I am showing in the general fund is about a little over 11%. So it is impacting our budget to a greater extent than it is the city's overall budget.
Okay, thank you. I would just ask us, I mean, we're all in this together, but I would just ask us when we're having conversations with our partners at the city that we will be disproportionately hit on this. As is the case every year, we are more reliant on property taxes, and we just don't have as many areas to squeeze. I'd also like to just encourage my colleagues, the budget frameworks, if we pass them tonight, really looks like, from everything we've talked about, there's no other way to slice it than a lot of our savings is going to be on the backs of our rec employees. And I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting our strategic directions. And when we're looking at our budget for next year, there are going to be more and more families that are going to require youth services. And just the very last thing, I heard my time go off, the very last thing is, I'm not really interested in looking at wage freezes until we look at service delivery and org charts. Just the ratio of coordinators and people who carry clipboards to the people who climb trees and patrol our parks and patch potholes it's a lot different than it was 10, 15 years ago. And I would really like us to be revisiting that before we're asking our frontline folks to incur some wage freezes. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would also urge commissioners to think about freezing or cutting non-essential contractual services. I think at this time we should be putting that at the top of our list. And then thank you, Director Wiseman, for that presentation. I have a question about cash flow. Do you see any cash flow problems because of the delay in the taxes, in property taxes?
President Cogill and Vice President Vita, in the conversation at the BET with Mark Ruff, he also talked about cash flow. The city of Minneapolis is our treasurer, so the city of Minneapolis covers our cash flow, and he doesn't expect to get into a situation where cash flow is an issue.
Okay. And then one last thing. I don't understand why the golf expenses aren't going down if we're not doing events at the golf courses. Like what?
So currently there are some savings associated with not hiring some provisional employees that deal with events in the building, but a lot of that is covered by the full-time employees who are still full-time employees and still employed in the golf courses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm off mute, right?
Correct.
Yes. Commissioner Vita asked a couple of questions I was going to ask, so I can save us some time there. I do have a question about property taxes that are collected from escrow accounts. Is that funding also being withheld until July, or will that be passed along to us at the time that it's collected?
President Cogill and Commissioner Musich, I am not 100% clear on that. That was one question that I have that I'm going to look into.
Okay. When you get a response.
Yep.
Thank you. That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Seeing no other hands raised. Thank you, Director Wiseman, for this overview. I was at the BET meeting before this. Certainly substantial concerns that we have from a Park Board perspective, given the substantial shortfalls that the city is experiencing. It's good to hear that cash flow is not currently an issue, but the hits are not just, it's not just going to be on property taxes and moving into our levy as well. But the funding, for example, that covers the money for the commons is coming out of the downtown fund that is also being hit substantially. So we have multiple fronts where we are going to have to be figuring out some solutions. I echo Commissioner Bourne's concern around who's going to first be hit should we get to a point where we're evaluating what our staffing levels are. I really do think that having our frontline staff ensure that they're able to operate our park spaces, be out in the parks. I think that right now the the ambassadors are critical pieces to our park system, critical employees, and I certainly would hope that as we're moving through this framework, we're really taking into account that fact and ensuring that we're going to be protecting our frontline staff as much as possible. It's unfortunate that we're in this situation, certainly, and I think that though we are, if we're staying ahead of planning correctly, we're poised to, I think, be ahead of this as much as we can, and hopefully retain as many jobs as we can within the system. It looks like Commissioner Forney now has her hand raised, so Commissioner Forney, I'll call on you.
Thank you, President Colville. I apologize for delayed reaction here. First of all, I'm very supportive of the framework that's put forward, and Commissioner Bourne did indicate that our strategies that we've set forward, yes, we're around recreation, but we did have 3 other strategies, and I don't know if there's a way to integrate perhaps those strategies that we did put together with this framework to make sure that we are aligning with what our values were that we put out. What is it? 2.5 years ago, something like that, 3, but whatever. Anyway, but I appreciate all the efforts that staff has put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Seeing no other hands raised.
I've been trying to talk for about.
Commissioner French.
My hand raising button doesn't work.
All right.
So I've been trying to speak for a while now.
All right.
If the technology doesn't allow us to work, then we need to make some type of other exceptions or figure out some contingency.
Certainly. Go ahead, Commissioner French.
What I want to say is I want to make sure when we're thinking about furloughing folks or laying folks off or doing any of the such kind, a lot of times the last people that were hired were people of color or people who were members of a protected class, and I'm really afraid that if we start laying folks off, that the folks who we're going to lay off the most are going to be Black and brown folks, or folks who haven't been working here long, and folks who just got their foot in the door. So I really want to be conscious of that when we're making these decisions. I want people to understand that we might be changing the demographic makeup of our park system because most of the people of color have probably just started working the last 5 or 10 years, especially out on the front line. So I want us to be extremely creative on how we arrange our books. I don't want anything to be left off the table. There are no sacred cows, including commissioners. Like I have fringe that I don't need. Like I think there's like $7,000 or $8,000 in fringe. This is a discussion I think we need to have with commissioners that cuts need to come from everybody, and I have no problem with giving up some of my fringe if I know that can keep some workers working, right? Like there are no sacred cows, and I want us to be really creative about how we go about this. So I think that's what I wanted to get across.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Seeing no other hands, or if anybody else who wanted to speak. Right, hearing none, I'll the resolution 2020-190 has been moved and seconded, so I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the resolution.
Commissioner Bourne.
I will abstain.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 1 abstain.
Hi, Jennifer, I'm back. I'm having a problem.
Oh, Commissioner Hassan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Hassan.
Hi.
You, President Cogill.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I did. Yep,
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan.
President Cogill, you have 8
Thank you.
ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you. The resolution 2020 carries with 8 ayes and 1 abstention. Moving on to our last item of business, ask somebody to move resolution 2020-191. Do I have a motion on 2020-191, which is a resolution approving a development agreement with the City of Hopkins for a temporary structure and removal thereof at Meadowbrook Golf Course, a part of the Minneapolis Park System, and agreeing to an assessment for City of Hopkins Project 2019-10, interlock in Park Street and utility improvements for improvement of Meadowbrook Park in the amount of $67,095.10 over a 15-year period in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
The resolution's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
I'm trying to get back to the raise hand function. Sorry.
Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. If we can get a real quick overview on the sources of funding. Are we using any of the remaining FEMA dollars for the structure? And if we can just get an overview of what is left there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I'll turn it over to Council Rice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Bourne, I think I'll ask Director Wiseman to tee up on the financing side, but this is actually 2 issues. Several years ago, the clubhouse at Meadowbrook, which had been in existence for decades, experienced some flooding, and it was damaged beyond repair through a pipe bursting. And the park board needed to get a temporary facility, and we entered into a conditional use permit with the City of Hopkins. Part of the course of Meadowbrook, about 1/3 of it is in the City of Hopkins on the westerly side, and 2/3 is in St. Louis Park. The infrastructure, the clubhouse and the shed, parking lot are in the Hopkins side. We had a 2-year agreement, and at the time that we got that CUP in 2017, we agreed that we would remove the structure and we'd have a new building there. And that didn't happen. As the commissioners know, the whole issue of golf has been quite a bit in flux and a topic for discussion. So at the end of last year, we technically should have pulled the existing, which is basically a trailer that acts as the clubhouse. It's about 1,000 square feet out. We didn't do that, and we hadn't arranged to extend it for another 2 years. So we worked very closely with Hopkins over the last 2 or 3 months, Mr. Schroeder, Superintendent Bangor, and I. And last night, the City of Hopkins passed basically an analogous or parallel resolution to this, where they agreed to extend our temporary clubhouse another 2 years to November 1st of 2021. The board is undertaking to commit that it will provide a report about this time next spring to the City of Hopkins on what plans the board has for the future of golf on Meadowbrook. And at the same time, Hopkins is involved in repaving the Interlock and Park neighborhood in Hopkins, which abuts the golf course, and Meadowbrook Boulevard, which runs on the westerly side of our property there. And in fact, half of the street is probably owned by the park board. We've been running a golf course out there since 1925. And the relationships between Hopkins and the park board were maybe not at its highest point over the last 4 or 5 months, but I think with this agreement between the park board and the city to address the new street or the street improvements, to extend the temporary facility another 2 years, so this trailer will be there 4 years, with a commitment by the board that's made in the agreement to provide within the next year a longer term plan for golf at Hiawatha. I'm recommending that the board approve this resolution and pay the assessment. On the assessment, we could have, in theory, possibly objected to it, but we have a neighbor, Hopkins, that are trying to improve their infrastructure for their citizens. A new road in front of the property at Meadowbrook would probably enhance its value to the extent that it makes it a more attractive neighborhood. And I guess, Commissioner Bourne, to your question, you were involved when you were president about our relationships with the city of Golden Valley on a water main that burst there. And I know this is a lot of money at this time, but sometimes you just need to do what's right to maintain good neighborly relations with cities in which we do business with. Hopkins could deny the permit for the building. We get a liquor license from Hopkins to sell liquor at the golf course, and if we want to have a future relationship with Hopkins, whatever that course might look like, either as golf with a newer facility or some other yet either imagined or unimagined use of the property, I think it's would be wise to treat Hopkins with a fair amount of respect and deference. I suppose you could pull a Trump and not fund like the World Health Organization, but that's probably not a good idea, I would say. I don't know if Director Wiseman might want to answer where she's going to get the money. Mr. Schroeder and I didn't worry too much about that part of the transaction.
Thank you, Council Rice. Director Wiseman, do you have anything to add?
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, the first question, this is not related to the storm nor the alternative projects that were identified through the FEMA. So the street improvements of $67,000, that is a street assessment, just like we do our parkway assessments and the city does their street assessment. So we could choose to pay the whole $67,000 in 2020, or we can choose to pay it off over the 15-year period with the interest rate, which is a pretty low interest rate. So we're looking at those options. We would be paying that out of our improvement line item in the enterprise fund budget. So that is definitely something that we will be considering in 2020.
Thank you.
If I could add, I think that the assessment is about $4,000 or $5,000 a year, and it may not start until Director Wiseman will get the bill, I think, in July of this year, and the first payment may not be due until July of next year. Well, but if we want to pay it off, it could all be paid off yet this year, so it's more of a financial decision on what she thinks is the most prudent course of action.
Thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Meyer, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just going to say I didn't think the comparison with the WHO or Trump removing the budget for that was fair. I mean, this is something that seems legitimate to scrutinize. This is not something critical to global health like the World Health Organization is. So if other commissioners feel that they want more time to scrutinize this more thoroughly, I'd be open to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any more discussion? Any more discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-191.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. Resolution 2020-191 carries with 9 ayes. We'll move into petitions and communications. I'll start with Commissioner Severson.
Pass.
Moving on to Commissioner Forney.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I wanted to share that I attended via Zoom the Cedar Isles listening session as well as the Parks for All CAC Zoom, and just very proud of how well, first of all, staff adapted to that situation, and I felt it was a very receptive experience for everybody, and I encourage us to use more creative opportunities like that. And I just want to wish everybody Ramadan Mubarak.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I forgot what I was about to say. Okay. The recommendation from the health department is really concerning about maybe possibly having to take our basketball courts down. So I guess I really want to just make a plea to folks out there in the neighborhoods who want to go out and play basketball. I know I've worked in these gyms. I know how addicting basketball can be to some of these kids who really, their dream is to go to the NBA or just to make it to college and get a free scholarship or something. So it's really important to some of those guys. But I need y'all to stay at home. Basketball will be there in 2 or 3 months. If you want to go and shoot some free throws, do that. But we really need you guys to stay home to protect the rest of the population. I want the courts to remain. I don't want the courts to be taken down. I don't think we should be using punitive efforts to make people comply to certain things, right? This is America. We should be free. Even though I think it's a dumb decision, I'm really concerned if we're getting the police involved or writing citations or anything. So I would encourage park board officials and employees to be very creative on how they educate folks and how they deter folks from using the facilities in an improper way at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you. I'll echo some of Commissioner French's sentiments there and just also add, the lakes will be there in a couple of months too. I mean, we're all asking for some collective sacrifice right now. It is a little bit alarming where we say that we have the biggest destination short of the Mall of America, and we're enabling people to go there, but conversely, we're having conversations about how to eliminate basketball hoops. And, those are 2 different groups of people that run around the lakes for recreation and play basketball for recreation. So I just want to make sure that we're being very cognizant of how we're expanding opportunities to get outside for some right now, and we're limiting them for others. And there's some risk associated with all of the things that we either enable or all of the things that we actively shut down.
And I'd also just want us to be cognizant of our online format as we're moving forward. While there are some very creative ways to give people some access, there is still a huge digital divide around a lot of our communities in Minneapolis, and they're having a harder time to engaging with us right now. And so I just want us to be very careful of that. And when we're looking at it might serve us well. It might serve us well to have a specific set of rules for how we're taking public testimony during Zoom meetings. So folks are taking the time to email us, and if they told us that their notification was going to be read, maybe we should have a very clear rule that we will read the first 30 or we'll read the first 20. But I would just want to make sure that folks are, when they're engaging with us in good faith, that they know that we're doing what we said that they would do and read notes into public comment. I understand there were 100 folks that signed up tonight, but maybe we should have some rules moving forward just so we know how to manage that, so folks aren't surprised. Other than that, thank you for staff for the work over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would just like to share with my colleagues and the public that the revised master plan preferred concept for Hiawatha is available on the project page, and there's also a online presentation that was posted to YouTube in lieu of a public meeting. At our public meetings around this project, we've been seeing between 150 and 300 people coming to participate in those meetings. When I last checked the video, we'd had over 2,100 views of that video. So while it is a different format than we've done in the past, it's certainly getting the message in front of a lot more people. So I'm hopeful that this experimental shift, this swerve that we've done to try to address coronavirus concerns really has opened up our eyes to the potential for utilizing multiple formats for communicating with the public versus just having a public meeting where people that can make the time and have the ability to be there in person are the only ones getting it. Instead, we're seeing a much broader audience. So that's kind of exciting. But if you haven't watched it yet, check it out. It's a great video. Tyler and the other team members did a great job with it. It's very concise, and I think the feedback I've gotten so far has been pretty good, and I'm looking forward to hearing from more of the community on that. I've also been walking to the parks that are around my home and have been seeing how people are doing social distancing. It's been very encouraging to see more people shooting free throws or playing horse with their family versus games that I was seeing last week. So that's been encouraging, and I'm hopeful that that will continue to improve as we have folks out educating people. So anyway, it's been a little crazy, but it's nice to see everyone's smiling face tonight, and I hope you all stay safe and healthy till we next meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Hassan.
Pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. First, I want to say again, thank you to all the staff. You all are doing a wonderful job. I really appreciate everything everyone is doing. And then I want to give a special thanks to President Cogill. I am pretty sure that in January, when you were elected to be the president of this board, you were not thinking you would have to work through a pandemic. You have done a mighty fine job, in my opinion. I appreciate working with you. I appreciate how flexible you are. I absolutely enjoy hearing from others how well you're doing with collaborating and working with partners throughout the city. Keep up the good work. I'm so proud to be serving with you. the next thing is I really want us to make sure that we hire these kids this summer. We're talking about taking basketball and other sports away from them, and I think it's really important that we do whatever we can to make sure we get these kids hired this summer. A lot of these kids are underserved kids who wouldn't necessarily have any opportunities to work except for in our parks. So I'm going to be pushing, and I'm going to be, coming up with ideas and sharing with staff, and I hope that my fellow commissioners will do the same. And then lastly, I would also rather be having conversations about the superintendent discussing cutting contractors before we start talking about staff cuts. So those things are very important to me. Let's get these kids hired and find something for them to do in our parks and be innovative like I know we are. And then also, let's cut contractors before we start having discussions about cutting our park staff. That is all for me. Be well, everyone, and take care.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. I just want to say a few things. I want to thank all the commissioners who I've spoken with on various subjects over the last few weeks. I've really appreciated the conversation and the real problem-solving, solution-oriented thinking that we've been going through, while also keeping a clear eye on our core values of providing safe spaces for people to exercise and recreate in the city of Minneapolis. There are a lot of unprecedented and difficult discussions that we've had to grapple with, and are going to continue to have to grapple with in the coming weeks as we look at a very beautiful time of year coming around where a lot of people are going to want to be outside. And I am always interested in hearing ideas and solutions as we move forward. I think it's going to be critical that we build public spaces that don't allow for congregating, and I hope that the superintendent continues to be thinking big and monitoring other examples around the country of responses that help having designed public spaces that can deter the kind of gathering that we know can be a threat to folks' public health during this time. And I know today the governor mentioned that it was estimated maybe only 5% of the citizens of this state have had COVID, and we need a much higher rate, or we need to have certainly have a vaccine before we're really out of the woods here. And that's not something that's going to happen soon. So this issue is still something that we're going to be grappling with. My goals, again, as we're looking forward to how people operate in our parks, are to ensure people have a variety of opportunities to do things safely in our park system, while also ensuring that we don't encourage, either through any programming or how spaces are built, the kind of gathering that is dangerous. I really want to, again, just say thank you, everybody, for your thoughts and ideas and hard work during this time. And also thank you to our partners who have been working so hard to also think about how they can help with guidance around how people are using public space right now, and how to serve our most vulnerable neighbors who rely very heavily on our public spaces. This is all of our land, and so we all need to work together to determine how best to ensure people can safely use it. With that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Will the secretary please call the roll? Oh.
President Cogill,
Yes.
Superintendent Bangora has his hand raised.
Superintendent Bangora.
Oh, thank you, President Cogill, and thank you, Commissioner Musich. I also wanted just to say real quickly, and thank you for acknowledging that. I was be a key either way, but I also wanted to say thank you very much to publicly say the work that staff has done over the last 5 to 6 weeks has been tremendous. I want to say a special thank you to our frontline staff that have been working extremely hard and keeping this organization, this system running. They are really valued and do incredible work. and this team that has been working. I want to thank the executive team, the directors, everyone that's been meeting every single morning for over 5 weeks, twice a day, doing some incredible work and really making some hard decisions. And I'm always incredibly impressed with the thought and the care and the passion for this organization. So I wanted to publicly say that thank you to everyone in the work they have done, and thank you to all you commissioners. President Cogill, working with you, I really appreciate it. Vice President Vital, thank you so much. And again, our conversations we've had each, privileged to talk to each commissioner, and so thank you for all your work. And I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. We appreciate those words, and certainly also very much appreciate everything that staff has done. We do have a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there a second?
There was a second.
There's a motion and a second, and Secretary Ringgold, if you would take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sun,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening. Stay well. Talk to you soon. Goodbye.